Chapter 693. In order to establish a foothold in a place, military supplies and logistics were always the most important. Humans couldn't live without eating, drinking, and defecating. In an environment like the grasslands where everything was lacking, it was obviously unrealistic to obtain materials locally. They could only rely on transportation. Opening up a sufficiently safe logistical path was one of the most important things at the moment. After thinking about it, Yang Chendong finally chose the new, Ergon metropolis for this logistical path. Although there were many Baiming army stations there, they had been closed off for a long time and didn't have enough strength. Such an army wasn't difficult to deal with. As long as the 3 divisions completed their mission well, they were completely confident that they could open up a safe passage. As long as there were no problems with logistics, Yang Chendong was confident that he could build a new city in the grasslands in the shortest time possible. A new city with great influence and far-reaching influence. When that time came, conquering the forces in this area would be twice the result with half the effort. As for how to intimidate the Baiming army stations in the new, Ergon metropolis with thunderous might, Yang Chendong thought about it and finally decided that the task would fall on the 3 divisions of the Lungfeng division. This was currently the strongest army under his command. Only they could have a powerful deterrent effect. In the face of such a powerful force, any schemes and tricks would be useless. Without waiting for the 2 divisions to make a decision, Yang Chendong added, "This mission is extremely important. If you have any questions, you can raise them. But once you agree, you must complete the mission perfectly. This cannot be discounted at all. Once the mission is completed, I will record it as a great merit. If the mission is not completed well, or if there are any accidents with the supplies, then you should prepare to be demoted. You will be directly sent to Beta Persei's logistics camp to be a cook." This was a complete demotion. Making a division commander a cook, this kind of punishment could be said to be heavy. Wuxia and Chen Bo couldn't help but be stunned, but they quickly recovered and said in unison, "Sixth young master, please don't worry. We will definitely complete the mission perfectly. If we can't do it well, we don't need to be cooks anymore. We'll just offer our heads." Wu Sheng was a standard soldier. The bigger the battle, the more excited he was. It was understandable that he would say something like that. It was also in line with his usual style of doing things. As a political commissar, Chen Bo was full of scholarly aura. Unexpectedly, he could say such words, which surprised Yang Chendong. He looked at the 2 of them carefully and nodded after a long time. "Okay, I'll remember your words. Young Master Ben is looking forward to your next performance. Pack up and leave early tomorrow morning." Chen Bo's performance really made Yang Chendong's eyes light up. He even thought that since this person's character was so determined, then he should test him a little more. If there were no problems, then this person could be trained as a military supervisor in the future. It seemed like a waste for such a hot-blooded officer to become a political cadre. Chen Bo didn't know that his performance in Yang Chendong's eyes would give birth to such a realization. After he and Wu Sheng gave a standard military salute, he left the command tent and called for an emergency meeting with the officers of the 3 divisions. After the 2 of them left, Yang Chendong's eyes fell on the map again. His eyes still fell on Arakamaki, the old city built by the Great Ming Dynasty in the grasslands. He imagined that after tonight's reconnaissance battalion took action, this city would belong to him. It would also become his first strong force in the grasslands. At this moment, he even thought of a name for this new city. Since it was going to start here, then it would be called the First City. Arakamaki, this city that had been abandoned by the Great Ming Dynasty, and who knew how many times it had changed owners, now looked extremely desolate. There were no traces of people walking around in the city at all. Only the dilapidated walls could be seen from time to time, and one could imagine the former glory of this place. It wasn't the first time Su Yinxing came here. But for tonight's military operation, he once again disguised himself and appeared here. In order to not attract attention, he only brought 2 of his trusted aides and the reconnaissance battalion's 1st company commander. Yenda battalion commander, there are only 500 enemy cavalry and 1,000 Mongolian civilians. If we want to take over this place, why do we need to be so careful? I just need to move out, and the mission will be completed. Yenda was very dissatisfied with the battalion commander's cautiousness. In his view, there was no need to spend so much effort on such a deserted city. Caution is the parent of safety. Su Yinxing shook his head. Then, as if he thought of something, he looked up at Yenda and said, Commander Yen, people can have pride, but they can't have arrogance. If you continue to look down on everything like this, I will consider transferring you out of the reconnaissance battalion. Su Yinxing suddenly became serious, and Yenda was really afraid. With his ability, he was more than qualified to be a battalion commander in any regiment. Even if he went to the 3 divisions of the Cold Front, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be a battalion commander. But the position of the reconnaissance battalion was too important. Any battalion commander who wanted to see the 6th young master would be able to see the young master. So, he would rather be a company commander here than go to another unit. This was because he saw the importance of the reconnaissance battalion. Battalion commander, I was wrong. I am actually very careful when doing things. Yenda immediately admitted his mistake. In reality, he was a very careful person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the company commander of the reconnaissance battalion's 1st company. Naturally, Su Yinxing was someone who understood this principle, so he just reminded the other party. If he was really not satisfied, he wouldn't have reminded him, and would have directly transferred him away. With the interlude just now, when Su Yinxing wanted to do something, Yenda just followed at the side and didn't say anything. The 4 of them walked like this and unknowingly came to a house in the city. Here, they saw an old man resting outside the door. Looking at the old man's appearance, he was in his 50s. At that time, he was already considered a very old man. Haha, old brother, how old are you? Su Yinxing had imprinted almost every corner of the city and every street in his mind. He had basically completed his mission and wanted to take a rest. When he saw the old man, he walked over without thinking and asked in Mongolian. He sat down beside the old man. The old man had already noticed Su Yinxing and the other 3. Seeing them sit down beside him, he wasn't surprised. Instead, he smiled and answered, This old man is 56 this year. Oh, that's still a very old man. Su Yinxing said casually. You can say that. The old man chuckled. His face was filled with reminiscence, and the vicissitudes of life were written all over his face. Seeing that the old man seemed to be reminiscing about something, Su Yinxing didn't disturb him. Instead, he reached into his bosom and took out a piece of dried meat that he always carried with him. He also took out a bottle of old wine from the hands of 2 bodyguards and placed it in front of the old man. If you want to get what you want from others, you have to pay first. This was what Yang Qindong always said. Now, the scouts who were good at gathering information had learned most of it. The wine and meat that was suddenly placed in front of him made the old man, who was originally sitting at the door basking in the sun, stunned. Then the way he looked at Su Yinxing and the other 3 changed. Allowing the old man to size them up in front of him, Su Yinxing only smiled and didn't say anything. But unexpectedly, the old man suddenly said, Although you are dressed like Mongolians, but if this old man didn't guess wrongly, you should be people of the Ming dynasty, and soldiers of the Ming dynasty. Suddenly being exposed, the faces of Yenda and the 2 bodyguards couldn't help but tighten. They even instinctively wanted to pull out their swords to silence the old man. On the other hand, Su Yinxing's expression didn't change, and his heart didn't beat fast. He casually raised his arm and stopped the actions of the 3 bodyguards. He smiled and looked at the old man and asked, But I don't know why old brother thinks so? The old man didn't seem to notice the actions of the 3 bodyguards. He casually smiled and said, Only people of the Ming dynasty who understand etiquette would treat guests like this. If you were really Mongolians, you definitely wouldn't be so polite to this old man. So it was because he was too polite that it aroused the suspicion of the other party. Su Yinxing reflected in his heart. Should the scouts learn to be more domineering when they go out to do things in the future? While his heart was still thinking about this unintentional loophole, the old man spoke again. Although your Mongolian can be considered authentic, but let's talk in Chinese. AI, speaking of which, I haven't spoken Chinese in a long time. Oh, old brother is also a Han? Su Yinxing's interest was immediately piqued. After all, other than his comrades, To be able to meet a fellow Han here was still very delightful. I can be considered half Han. My father was a Ming Dynasty man. Later on, he met a grassland woman and settled down here, giving birth to me. The old man said somewhat embarrassedly. After all, in that era, if one's blood wasn't pure, then one was a mixed blood. People would look down on them. I see. Su Yunxing didn't have any intention of looking down on the old man. On the contrary, he was very curious about the old man's behavior in front of him. He had a feeling that this old man had some stories. Old brother, I wonder if you can tell me your name? Name, the old man said meaningfully. Then he sank into his memories for a while before saying, this old man's Mongolian name is Zhang Shibao. Han name is Zhang Shibao. So it's old Master Zhang. Nice to meet you. Su Yunxing very politely clasped his fist and didn't mention the old man's Mongolian name. He only said that it was a Han name to express a kind of closeness. Then he said something that shocked Yenda and the two bodyguards behind him. This little one's name is Su Yunxing. I'm the battalion commander of the mercenary scouts under the Duke of Loyalty. Su Yunxing actually directly revealed his identity. This was definitely not allowed by the rules of the scouts. Unless it was one of their own as a scout, he absolutely couldn't reveal his identity. As the battalion commander, it was impossible for Su Yunxing not to know this. But he still did so. Naturally, Yenda and the two bodyguards were puzzled and puzzled. Chapter 694. Naturally, Su Yunxing had his own reasons for saying this. First, he found that this old man named Zhang Shibao was very honest. Otherwise, even if he saw through it, there was no need to say it. Because sometimes, a wrong word could cost one's life. Secondly, he felt that Zhang Shibao still had a good impression of him. Or rather, of Ming Ren. Third, even if he made a wrong judgment, he was confident that he could make the other party stay and not let the news of him appearing here spread. Since that was the case, there was no harm in directly revealing his identity. It had to be said that Su Yunxing's courage was quite big, and this time, he made the right bet. Just after he reported his true identity, Zhang Shibao changed his unhurried expression and suddenly said with a shocked expression, "The Duke of Loyalty and Courage of the Great Ming Dynasty? Is it the Duke of Loyalty, who is known as the God of War and defeated the Great Army?" Zhang Shibao also knew the name of the God of War. At that time, Yang Chendong had won against many and defeated Yi Xian. Because of this, his name was spread throughout the Mongolian grasslands. It was normal for Zhang Shibao, who had Han blood, to know about it. Yes. When Su Yunxing answered this question, he was also very formal, and his expression was very respectful. It was like the officials of the Ming Dynasty were respectful when talking about the emperor. Is it really? The God of War is coming to the grassland? Zhang Shibao was a little excited. He stretched out his arm and grabbed Su Yunxing's arm. Yes, the God of War is not only coming to the grassland, but he also wants to build a city here. He wants to change the pattern of war here. He wants to create better living conditions for the Han people here. And Argamaki is his next target. He wants to occupy this place and rebuild it. At that time, you will be very happy to live here. Su Yunxing felt that Zhang Shibao was really excited, so he simply told him about his mission and Yang Chendong's current goal. It seemed to be a secret, but after tonight, everyone would know that Yang Chendong had occupied Arakomaki. It was no longer a secret. Su Yunxing told the truth, which surprised Zhang Shibao and made him very excited. Good, that's great. After saying good 3 times in a row, Zhang Shibao's eyes actually held a trace of tears. Obviously, this news really made him very excited. Su Yunxing was also excited and happy as if he had been infected. Look, this was what the people wanted. The 6th young master hadn't done anything yet, but his appearance had already made an old man like Zhang Shibao so happy. Once a big city was built here, there would be even more people who would be happy. Once he had the support of the people, what was there to worry about? That's right. With the arrival of the war god, the future of the Han people will be much better. As long as they abide by the law, they will be able to live a better life than before. This should be what everyone wants to see. Su Yunxing nodded and continued with the idea of praising the 6th young master. Zhang Shebao's eyes lit up when he heard that. Then he repeated thoughtfully, "Can the Han people really live a good life?" "Of course. You don't understand the war god. He has always been merciful to his enemies, but he is very good to the Han people. I'm afraid you still don't know that the former Jiaoji and Lansang kingdoms are now under the rule of the war god. The Han people there received a large amount of land, and their lives are better than before by 100 times. If you have the chance to go there and take a look, you will see that the Han people's faces are filled with all sorts of smiles. That is happiness from the bottom of their hearts. A large amount of land that belongs to them." Zhang Shibao continued to repeat. His eyes revealed a look of yearning. Yenda and the two soldiers saw this and couldn't help but feel happy. This was because they also had a part to play in this matter. Just when the five of them were immersed in the hope of a beautiful future, Zhang Shibao's thoughts suddenly returned to reality. He looked at Su Yinxing and said, "You guys should be here to act as the vanguard and prepare to occupy this place. Have you guys thought of how to deal with the Mongol cavalry? Also, how can we prevent them from destroying the spring in their desperation?" Su Yunxing was about to confidently say that it was just 500 unguarded cavalry. Their reconnaissance unit would naturally be able to take them down easily. However, when he suddenly heard about the spring, his face was still filled with shock. "Spring? What spring? You guys don't know?" Zhang Shibao also looked at Su Yunxing and the other three with a puzzled expression. I really don't know. Please tell me, Elder Zhang." Su Yunxing's face was a little red as he lowered his head. Speaking of which, although the reconnaissance unit was powerful, it wasn't as pervasive as the security bureau. In addition, Yang Qindong had just given the order to take down Alikomaki, so it was reasonable that he didn't fully understand the situation here. This actually is not a big secret. However, not many people know about it. Alikomaki City, there is a spring here. It is also because of this that the problem of water source is solved. This is also the main reason why the Great Ming Dynasty chose to build a city here. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too troublesome to transport water from the Wulagu River? There are only about 1,000 people here. There are indeed 500 Tatar cavalrymen guarding this place. In fact, they are guarding this water source. Every half a month or so, the Tatar army will come here with water carts to collect water. The 500 cavalrymen here are prepared for this. From Zhang Shibao's words, Su Yunxing learned of another big matter. He also knew that tomorrow, the Tatar army would come to collect water. This unexpected news shocked Su Yunxing. He suddenly felt that he knew too little about this place. Even if it was because this was the first time they came here. Even if it was because they hadn't come here the last time the Tatar army came to collect water. These were not the reason. The most fatal reason was that he didn't know enough. His meeting with Zhang Shibao was just a coincidence. However, he unexpectedly received this news, which was enough to make Su Yunxing feel that this trip was not in vain. If not for this matter, he would have brought the scouts here. It was very likely that he would have given the Tatar cavalry a chance to destroy the water source and the spring. Once they poisoned it, who knew how long it would take for the spring to be digested and for the people to drink it with ease? After Zhang Shibao knew that Su Yunxing represented the god of war, he told him everything. When it was almost dusk, Su Yunxing left. Before he left all the food on him as a sign of gratitude and asked Zhang Shibao to keep this a secret. The four of them left Alikomaki as though they were passing by. Because there were only 4 of them. Even if the Tatar cavalry in the city saw them, they didn't pay much attention. This was because, strictly speaking, Alikomaki wasn't under anyone's influence, and no one wanted to forcibly occupy this place. After Su Yunxing and the other 3 left Alikomaki, they immediately rushed to the command center. After dinner, they appeared in the headquarters. Su Yunxing hurriedly went to the command center to meet Yang Qindong. The matter of the spring was also somewhat out of Yang Qindong's expectations. Before this, he didn't receive any relevant information. But now that he knew, it was naturally a good thing. Previously, he was still thinking that once the first city was built, it would be troublesome to obtain water from the Wulagu River. He was even thinking about digging a canal. Now that he knew that there was a spring in the city, and according to Zhang Shibao's words, the spring seemed to be quite big. In the past, when Alakamaki had a population of tens of thousands, it wasn't difficult to supply water. This was equivalent to a gift from the heavens. We must protect the safety of the spring. How about this? Arrange the Wolf Fang Special Forces to complete this task. Your scouts only need to follow the plan and do what you want. As for the water-fetching team sent by the Tatar army tomorrow, leave it to Tiger's Main's independent regiment. They just changed from infantry to cavalry and can be used to train the troops. Yang Chendong made a decision after thinking for a while. Su Yunxing quickly left, along with the Wolf Fang Special Forces led by Tiger's Main. As the military system continued to expand, the strength of the army also continued to increase. The mission of the Wolf Fang Special Forces had already changed. In Yang Chendong's words, their mission was mainly to carry out beheading operations and special undercover missions. This time, protecting the spring in Alakamaki City belonged to the undercover mission. After receiving the military order, Tiger's Main quietly set off with a group of members. This night for Alakamaki City was no different from any other night. When night fell, the city became quiet as usual. Apart from the 100 cavalrymen who were responsible for the normal night patrol, there was not a sound to be heard. Perhaps it was because no one had any ideas about this place for a long time. Or perhaps it was because there was simply no place worth other people's attention. In short, the 100 cavalrymen patrolling would only make a symbolic trip once every 2 hours. Then they would gather at a lit bonfire in the city to rest their feet. An almost abandoned city, a city without many citizens, a city without many resources, a city without a very good geographical location. If not for the existence of a thick spring, which could still be considered useful, there would not even be 500 cavalrymen. How could such a place have a heavy military force? And how could it be so tightly guarded? Therefore, when Tiger's Main brought a group of Special Forces members into this place, they did not encounter any obstruction at all. They followed the map that Su Yunxing obtained from Elder Zhang Shibao and rushed to the spring. Chapter 695. The mouth of the spring was located in the middle of a courtyard that was not small. Rather than calling it the mouth of the spring, it would be more accurate to call it a well. Just beside the mouth of the spring, there was a pond in the courtyard. It was already filled with water and looked extremely clear. At night, a bright moon hung upside down in the water, giving people the feeling that they could fish the moon out of the water. Tai Hu and the others came to the high wall beside the small courtyard from all directions. Each of them was like a nimble fox, not making any sound or movement. After they observed closely from the surrounding rooftops, they noticed that there were dozens of breathing sounds coming from the row of houses beside the pond. Some were light, some were heavy, but most of them seemed to have entered a state of sleep. Since Zhang Shibao said that the Tatar cavalry might drug the mouth of the spring and destroy the water quality here, Tai Hu and the others had to be prepared. With a signal, the 20 members divided into different directions and began to divide the work. Some of them continued to monitor with their guns. Some began to enter the small courtyard or the various exits near the mouth of the spring, and some had already jumped off the rooftops and approached the row of houses where the breathing sounds were coming from. Skinny Monkey was the most agile member. He was the first to arrive in front of the houses. Unknowingly, a weapon similar to a modern grenade had appeared in his hand. This was not a normal grenade, but a smoke bomb. Once it was fired, it would release a pungent smell, causing people to lose their ability to judge for a certain period of time, and lose more than 70% of their mobility. Skinny Monkey was the first to arrive, followed by King Kong, Violent Ape, and the others. Each of them guarded a door, holding a smoke bomb in their hands. When all of them were in place, they looked at each other and 6 smoke bombs were suddenly thrown from the windows into the 6 rooms. In the silent night, the smoke bombs made a sound in unison. Oh puff! Ah choke! About 4 to 5 seconds later, there were bursts of shouts, curses, and screams coming from the houses. These sounds should have been like thunder in the silent night. But the sound of the cavalry charging at the city gate covered everything, so the sounds made here did not attract too much attention from the outside. Even though no one was paying attention, it didn't mean that the members of the special forces would go easy on them. On the contrary, their attacks began at the same time. The smoke grenades emitted a pungent smell, causing the Tatar cavalry to rush out of their rooms. Then, like dumplings, they were knocked out one after another. There were only 6 rooms, but 50 Tatar cavalry rushed out of them. In the end, apart from 2 people who resisted fiercely and suffered light injuries, the other 48 people were knocked out before they could even figure out what had happened. Search. After taking control of the situation, Iron Tiger gave the order. The members of Wolf Fang worked together and quickly found a large amount of poison in the room. Among them they found a lot of arsenic, nux vomica, and other things. These things melted in water, and after being consumed, they would appear to be poisoned. It was hard to imagine what would have happened if Su Yinxing hadn't found out about it. If the mercenaries didn't know that the water source had been destroyed, what would have happened after the army drank the water? Come, bring the 2 wounded over here and let them drink the water in this pool. Iron Tiger was shocked and a little angry. Looking at the 2 wounded Tatar cavalry, he couldn't help but feel angry. If the 6th young master hadn't said that building the city required too much manpower, he would have killed them. But he could avoid the death penalty, so let them taste the water. If there really was a problem, they could only blame their bad luck. There was no time to poison them, or it could be said that they didn't think that someone would target them, so there was naturally no problem with the water. The 2 Tatar cavalry calmly drank the water. Seeing that everyone was safe, Iron Tiger let out a sigh of relief. He ordered his men to guard this place and not allow anyone to come close without orders. On the streets of Arakomaki, the sounds of killing had already become one. When the appointed time arrived, the cavalry of the reconnaissance unit began their attack. The first to be attacked were the 100 Tatar cavalry responsible for tonight's night watch. They thought that it would be an ordinary night like any other. But no one expected that the enemy would suddenly appear. While they were still far away, the sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard. Most of the Tatar cavalry didn't even have time to react before they were injured. A few of the cavalry reacted faster. They had just mounted their horses when they were surrounded by at least 3 or 4 scouts. After a round of wild attacks, they were injured and fell off their horses. Yenda was responsible for leading a company of scouts to deal with the sleeping Tatar cavalry. Even though Yenda only had 100 soldiers under him, they had attacked suddenly, taking advantage of the element of surprise. By the time Yenda launched his attack, most of the enemies were unarmed. The result of this battle was naturally easy for Yenda to take down the enemy easily. This battle really wasn't worth writing about. The enemy's strength was weak. If they were strong soldiers, they wouldn't have been assigned to guard a meaningless city. It was another surprise attack. From the beginning to the end of the battle, less than an hour had passed. Of the 500 Tatar cavalrymen, only 4 were killed because of their fierce resistance, and 30 were lightly injured in the resistance. The rest were all alive. Arakomaki had changed hands at this moment. A shining signal flare rose into the sky. Yang Chendong, who was waiting in the distance, led the main army to move towards Arakomaki. From today onwards, the first city that was under construction would become their headquarters in the north. The 3 divisions of the Cold Front Division didn't go with the main army to the future first city. Instead, after a good night's rest, the army suddenly retreated east the next morning, heading towards the new Ergon Dusi region. They had a new mission, to open up a new logistical supply line. If anyone dared to threaten them on this road, they would end up dead under their spears and swords. Arakomaki had changed hands. The delay in the news and the fact that none of the 500 Tatar cavalry had a chance to escape caused this news to be completely sealed and not spread. Outside the city, the Tatar team sent out to pull water appeared. At that time, the grassland was still very rich in water plants. There was no environmental pollution, and because of the small population, it was not wantonly exploited. In fact, there was no shortage of water sources. It was just that the spring water in Arakomaki city was better and more delicious. Therefore, some Tatar nobles were still very used to drinking the water here, and there was a matter of fetching water once every half a month. Not only was the water quality of the spring good, but the amount of water was also sufficient. No one knew where it was connected to, but it gave people a feeling of inexhaustible. Every time, the caravan that came to fetch water became very large. Looking at the place where the independent regiment was lying in ambush, the number of caravans was more than 200. It could be said to be majestic, like a long dragon. Wow! What a huge team! Using binoculars, Tiger Mane saw the approaching caravan from afar and sighed. At the same time, his eyes were shining. He was afraid that there would not be many people coming. If that was the case, there would be no meaning in fighting. Reporting to Commander, the scouts report that the enemy has a total of 200 carriages, 5,000 civilians, and about 1,000 cavalry. Deputy Commander Xian Honghai lowered his voice and came to Tiger Mane's side to report. Xian Honghai, the deputy commander of the independent regiment, was from Qiqian City. He had been an auxiliary soldier, cold front squad leader, platoon leader, and company commander. Later, because of his courage and calmness, he was chosen by Yang Qindong and transferred to the independent regiment to assist Tiger Mane in his daily work. Because of Tiger Mane's multiple identities, when he was not around, Xian Honghai was mainly responsible for the regiment's work. Only 1,000 cavalry? Tiger Mane, who was originally eager to give it a try, was like a deflated balloon. His fighting spirit was reduced by half in an instant. He originally thought that it would be the enemy cavalry, but he did not expect that there would be 5,000 civilians. In this way, this battle really did not have much of a start. If they were not evenly matched, it would not show the strength of the independent regiment, right? This was the difference between mercenaries and other armies. Other people were afraid that the opponent was too strong and would be dangerous when fighting. However, when it came to mercenaries, they despised the opponent for being too one-sided. It would not be satisfying to fight, and it would not show their strength. With only 1,000 cavalry opponents, Tiger Mane felt dispirited. When he looked at Xian Honghai, who was unusually excited, he decided to do him a favor. All right, Deputy Commander Xian, the command of this battle will be handed over to you. But remember, the 5,000 civilians cannot be hurt. Young Master wants to build Shur City, so he needs a lot of manpower. These are all good laborers. Understood, please rest assured, Commander. Xian Honghai patted his chest and said with a face full of assurance. Then he turned around and left, as if he was afraid that Tiger Mane would change his mind if he stayed any longer. Tiger Mane was Yang Qindong's subordinate, so naturally he did not have to worry about being promoted. Xian Honghai had relied on his own hard work and ability to get to where he was today. Although he was only in his early 20s and could be considered a relatively young deputy commander, since he was born in the cold front, the world in his heart was much bigger than that of ordinary people. His dreams were also much broader. After receiving the military order, Xian Honghai immediately called over the 10 battalion commanders who had just been reorganized from infantry to cavalry. Commander has already handed the battle mission to me. Now, I order each battalion to send out 100 cavalrymen to attack the enemy's cavalry with me. The other cavalrymen will be responsible for guarding the 5,000 civilians pulling the water wheel. Since the enemy only had 1,000 cavalrymen, in order to train the ability of his subordinates, he naturally would not send out too many cavalrymen. Only when the number of soldiers was equal could it be a form of training. A battalion had 400 people, but only 100 of them could go out. This made the 10 battalion commanders somewhat unhappy. 2 of the young and energetic battalion commanders clamored that they would send out their own battalion to ensure that they could deal with the enemy's 1,000 cavalrymen. Chapter 696. It was naturally a good thing for the officers to have strong confidence. However, this wasn't the time to flaunt their heroism. How could Xian Honghai agree to this? With one sentence, if anyone dared to speak out of turn, even the mission of 100 men would be cancelled. Sure enough, the battalion commanders became well-behaved. So be it, it was better than not sending anyone. The battalion commanders followed Xian Honghai's instructions with the idea of training their fighting spirit through actual combat. They picked out a group of 100 men with average strength and gathered a total of 1,000 men to hand over to the deputy commander. What was worth mentioning was that the officer leading each battalion was actually a battalion commander, and all of them held official positions. Xian Honghai naturally noticed this scene, but he didn't say anything. The officers below also wanted to go on the battlefield and kill the enemy. He naturally couldn't refuse. After all, wasn't he also leading the troops? The caravan in the distance was getting closer and closer. It could already be seen that the 5,000 men driving the caravan were all dejected and dispirited. Even the 1,000 cavalrymen were walking sparsely. There wasn't the slightest bit of vigilance and formation that a cavalry troop should have. Although it could be said that the grasslands were currently in chaos, there was war everywhere. Many people were still fine when they left home in the morning, but who knew if this would be the last time they left home? However, in the face of danger, no one would have the idea of taking the water caravan. It was simply too worthless. It was too much of a loss to pay the price for these things. Even the common people knew that they shouldn't do things that were unprofitable, let alone a cavalry troop. Therefore, when the independent regiment suddenly appeared and Wuxia Honghai led 1,000 cavalrymen to kill from the side, the 1,000 Tatar cavalrymen looked at them as if they hadn't woken up from a dream. They looked at them as if they were looking at an idiot. It was as if they were saying, "Are you kidding me? We're just a caravan. You want to steal from us? Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The leading Tatar Chiliarch only stared blankly for a moment before he reacted. He then pulled out his saber and shouted loudly. He intended to summon the morale of the army back in the shortest time possible. Kill! At this moment, Wuxia Honghai and his 1,000 cavalrymen were already less than 150 meters away from the Tatar cavalrymen. As the general leading the team, he shouted as he took out his bow and shot an arrow at the nearest target. He didn't use a flintlock because Wuxia Honghai didn't think it was necessary. Since they were cavalrymen, archery was still the best choice for long-range weapons. This was also a form of training for the troops. Following Wuxia Honghai's arrow, the countless independent cavalry around him also knocked their bows and shot forward. Dozens of Tatar cavalrymen had nowhere to hide, and were hit by the arrows and fell from their horses. However, even more of the Tatar cavalry managed to escape with the speed of their horses. At the same time, they began to shoot arrows, threatening and killing the opposing cavalry. The cavalry of the independent regiment was made up of the original auxiliary soldiers and the captive soldiers of the Ming army of New, or Gandusi. Among them, it wasn't that they didn't have horse riding skills in the past. They were just ordinary soldiers who hadn't undergone strict training. For an army like this, even if they were given healthy horses, it would still be difficult for them to display the true advantage of cavalry. Because of this, the weakness of the independent regiment was revealed when they shot arrows. Facing the Tatar cavalrymen who grew up on horseback, both sides shot at each other. After a short while, the unprepared Tatar cavalryman began to gain the upper hand. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw his own soldiers being shot by arrows or falling off their horses. In a short period of time, about 100 people were injured or died in battle. Wuxia Honghai clenched his teeth in heartache. He finally realized that his cavalry was still lacking in many aspects. No, we can't go on like this. A voice sounded in his mind. Wuxia Honghai was very clear about the strength of his cavalry. Most of them were like ducks being forced to perch on a perch. They lacked the time to break in with their horses, and the time to train on horseback. Especially when it came to archery. Whether it was shooting moving targets or moving arrows, they were still very weak. It was expected that cavalry would be at a disadvantage when shooting at each other. Rome wasn't built in a day. Powerful military combat ability wasn't something that could be trained in a single battle. In order to reduce losses, the soldiers had to have more opportunities to train and survive. Wuxia Honghai made a decision. He shouted loudly, "All battalion commanders, charge with me! Close combat!" With Wuxia Honghai as the leader, he brought 10 battle-hardened battalion commanders to close in on the Tatar cavalrymen from all directions. Under their lead, more and more soldiers stopped taking out their bows and followed behind the officer. They dodged the arrows and closed in on the enemy cavalrymen. Tiger's Mane was looking at everything that was happening in the distance through his binoculars. His expression was stern. When the 6th young master said that he wanted to give this mission to them to train and strengthen the ability of the independent regiment to fight on horseback, he was still a little unconvinced. Previously, Their independent regiment had used infantry to defeat cavalry at the short stone pile. Now that they were cavalry, how could they not defeat cavalry? Reality gave Tiger's Mane a big slap in the face. Only now did he understand that their previous victory was only due to the power of the Type 81 assault rifle. When they gave up on using firearms, their independent regiment was nothing. Commander, the situation with Vice Commander Xian is not good. Should we send the cavalry battalion? Another cavalry battalion commander of the independent regiment asked worriedly. The independent regiment had 10 cavalry battalions that were reorganized from infantry. Apart from them, there were 6 other cavalry regiments. In comparison, these 6 cavalry regiments were much stronger. Although they couldn't compare to the Nuzan cavalry, they had the advantage of numbers. Dealing with 1,000 Tatar cavalrymen wasn't a problem. Clenching his right fist, Tiger's Mane was a little tempted. His breathing became a little heavier. But after a while he exhaled and said, "No need. An army has to go through hardships and risks in the end. If they are always under protection, this kind of army will never be strong." Tiger's Mane didn't order the main force to go out and help. This was because he knew that an army that hadn't undergone a transformation wasn't a strong army. It was also because he believed in his vice commander, Xian Honghai. He believed that he would be able to obtain the final victory. Not letting Tiger's Mane down, Xian Honghai really did give up on long-range attacks when he discovered that the situation wasn't good. He changed to close combat. He relied on the incomparably sharp saber in his hand to shorten the gap between the two sides. When Xian Honghai brought his 10 battalion commanders to the front of the Tatar cavalry, the saber in his hand continuously swung down. The enemy's cavalry formation that had just gathered was scattered. The advantage of archery was suppressed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, more and more of the independent regiment's cavalry rushed over. The situation began to turn in their favor. The soldiers of the independent regiment couldn't be more familiar with the saber training. When they didn't have war horses, one of the things they had to do every day was to hack their saber 1,000 times a day. Because of this, countless soldiers' right arms swelled up. Some even fainted on the training ground. Their hard work finally paid off. Under the supervision and urging of their commander, Tiger's Mane, vice commander, Xian Honghai, and other officers, the soldiers swung their sabers quickly and powerfully. Now that they had changed to close combat, their hard work finally paid off. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Weapons collided with weapons, and the two sides that were previously suppressed entered a stalemate. This stalemate didn't last long. As the sabers continued to collide, cracks began to appear on the sabers of the Tatar cavalry. The quality of the weapons became the biggest factor that affected the outcome of the battle. Finally, after 7 or 8 clashes, the sabers in the hands of the Tatar cavalry began to break more and more. Both sides were riding horses, both were cavalry, and both sides were moving at the same speed. One side had weapons, while the other side only had a broken saber that couldn't threaten the life of the other side. The result was already predetermined. Retreat. Seeing the sabers in their hands break one after another, the arrogant Tatar cavalry's expression changed greatly. They turned around and fled. They had already seen 200 water carts and 5,000 civilians being controlled by the enemy. Knowing that the difference in numbers was too great, they finally decided to retreat. They had to inform the generals of this news. The Tatar cavalry fled. They used horse riding skills that were more skillful than the independent regiment's cavalry to escape. All that was left for Xian Honghai, and the others were the horses' tails and the backs of the Tatar cavalry. Although the Tatar cavalry fled and the independent regiment seemed to have won, when the final statistics were tallied, they discovered that they had lost more than 100 soldiers and more than 300 were injured. However, the number of enemy cavalry that remained was less than 200. This was the first time since the establishment of the mercenary regiment that they had such a ratio of battle results and casualties. Of course, this was the first time that the results were the worst. Because of this, Xian Honghai brought 10 battalion commanders and more than 800 cavalrymen, who were either injured or uninjured, to the commander of Tiger Brilliance and asked for forgiveness. "You don't need to ask for forgiveness from me. You should ask for forgiveness from the more than 100 comrades that have already died. With the same number of soldiers, you suddenly killed your way out and took the initiative. However, the battle was actually so tragic. You can conclude it yourselves. Tiger's man said with a cold face. After saying this, he brought the 200 water carts and the 5,000 civilians that he had just captured and headed to the beginning city. As the commander of the independent regiment, he had to bear the main responsibility for today's battle. He had to personally ask for forgiveness in front of the 6th young master. Aramadki had been officially renamed as the beginning city by Yang Chendong. After the name change, the city seemed to be glowing with youth. The city was bustling with activity. Chapter 697. Under Yang Chendong's orders, a large number of trees and stones were carried into the city. Temporary houses were either reinforced or uprooted from the ground. Since they were going to choose this place as their base camp, they naturally had to build a place for the army to live. Rows of brave cavalrymen dismounted from their war horses and became construction workers to build their own homes. Not only them, but the thousands of people in the city were also busy. Among them, except for the children, everyone else joined the army to build the city. The old men and young men worked with the mercenary soldiers and could earn 1 or 2 taels of silver every day. This was naturally a great temptation for them. Even the women entered the logistics camp to help cook. In this way, not only could they eat 3 meals in the army, but they could also earn half a tael of silver a day. This was an unprecedented good thing. For the thousands of people in the city, silver was a very distant thing. They almost did not have an impression of it. The daily necessities were the men hunting and the women mending clothes. They were barely able to survive and not starve to death. But now the appearance of the mercenary army gave them new hope. They were already fantasizing that with enough silver one day, they could buy the good things that they had always wanted to buy, but did not dare to buy. Perhaps when that day came, they would also be able to live a decent life. Yang Chendong had never lacked silver. The creativity of Crimson City had surpassed any force. The Outer Heaven Trading Company had also become the richest trading company in the world. The rare goods from their hands had now been circulated to the 5 continents and 8 places. Even among some unfriendly forces, they did not openly exclude Yangtze's goods. After all, there were some things that even the aristocrats and royalty liked. Once they were openly excluded, they would no longer be able to get the goods that they liked and the items that could make their quality of life reach a higher standard. As the saying went, it was easy to do things with silver. Yang Chendong firmly believed that when a large sum of silver was spent, it would attract more people to come to the beginning city, either to work or to settle here. It would not be long before this place would become a big city, a strong city. Since it was called First City, Yang Chendong had a certain idea and hope in his heart. He wanted to build this city into one of the largest cities in the vicinity. In order to achieve this goal, he had to expand the original area of the city to more than 10 times its original size. This required an astronomical number of workers. Just as he was thinking about the lack of manpower, Tiger's mane arrived. Yang Chendong laughed heartily when he heard that. Very good. Arrange for them to start working immediately. Oh right. In order to let them put in all their strength to the maximum, you can tell them that if they perform well, not only will they regain their freedom, but they will also be paid several times more than outside. Yang Chendong seemed to be in a good mood. When Tiger's mane agreed, he took the opportunity to talk about the performance of the independent cavalry on the battlefield. In the end, he even took the initiative to reflect on himself, saying that he had failed in his leadership and asked for punishment. The 10 cavalry battalions that were established after the independent regiment were not trained by Tiger's mane. They were just ordinary soldiers from the Baiming Guards. In terms of military quality, they could only be said to be average. If not for the fact that he did not want to reveal his identity and whereabouts at that time, he was afraid that these people would have been released at that time. However, since they had stayed for such a long time, and after they understood the situation of the mercenaries, they also wanted to join. Yang Chendong naturally could not refuse. This gave them the opportunity to enlist in the army, and even become a glorious cavalry. However, a weak foundation was a weak foundation. This was an indisputable fact. This battle had already exposed too many of their weaknesses and shortcomings. Normally, if it were any other general, they would have given up on this kind of army. After all, training a qualified cavalry required a lot of energy and financial resources. Even training an excellent cavalry required more time and effort than training 5 infantrymen. However, since they were fated to join the mercenary army, Yang Chendong couldn't just leave them be, based on the principle of not giving up on them. After thinking for a while, he took the initiative to say, "How about this? I will give you a month. In this month, unless the situation is urgent, I will not arrange any combat missions for these 10 battalions. After a month, there will be an assessment. Those who pass can stay, and those who do not pass will be given a toll to leave the army." No matter what, these cavalry soldiers were still Han disciples. Just based on this point, Yang Chendong was worthy of giving them a chance. Tiger's Mane was originally worried that the 6th young master would be angry at their failure to fight and directly dismiss the soldiers who had just become cavalry soldiers. After all, in the army, survival of the fittest was too common. If that was the case, as the commander of the independent regiment, he could not say anything. Fortunately, the 6th young master still remembered their old friendship and promised to give his brothers a chance to become stronger. He immediately respectfully saluted. "Thank you, young master. I thank you on behalf of the 4,000 brothers." Haha. Seeing that Tiger's Mane was sincerely thanking him, Yang Chendong's expression turned serious and said, "What I want is not gratitude. I want them to stay after a month." Yes. Tiger's Mane saluted again and decided by vote. The order was passed to the army. When the 10 new cavalry battalions of the independent regiment heard the final decision of the 6th young master, many people's eyes were bloodshot. They knew that the best and possibly the last opportunity in their lives had come. An opportunity that could change their lives had come. Perhaps in the past, their abilities were really ordinary, or could even be described as very weak. But that was only because of the military rules. In that kind of environment where everyone was just muddling along, even if you wanted to show off, there was no chance, let alone any conditions. Think about it. An army that could barely fill their stomachs, what kind of strong combat power could they rely on? But now their eating, drinking, and pooping were not a problem. They did not even need to build a city like the 2 reinforced cavalry regiments and the Nuzan cavalry regiment. Instead, they only needed to focus on training. In such an environment, if they still couldn't raise their strength within a month, then they were really trash. They really didn't deserve anyone's sympathy and understanding. Although they still could not be like the Nuzan cavalry regiment in a month's time, they were at least stronger than ordinary cavalry and reached the standard of second-class cavalry. With this belief, the independent regiment went out of the city to train every day at dawn. They would only return when the sky was completely dark and they could not see. Then, after dragging their tired bodies to eat a full meal, they quickly entered the temporary barracks to rest. They trained for at least 12 hours every day, but no one complained about being tired. They were all working hard to change themselves and improve themselves. The independent regiment was changing at an astonishing speed. Just like them, the beginning city was also changing day by day. When the simple barracks were built, Yang Chendong gave another order. Some of the old houses in the city were demolished one after another. The stones and wood that were taken down were used to build the outer city wall. In Yang Chendong's eyes, most of the original buildings in the city were not up to standard. Not only were their houses built simply and not sturdy enough, but even the layout was too messy. The streets were too narrow and there was no planning. No matter how big the territory of such a city was and how many people it had, it still gave people the feeling that it was extremely backward. Since the city was named by him, it had to look like a big city. For a time, the city began to become empty. More and more uninhabited houses in the city were demolished to build the big city wall. In this manner, after merely 10 days had passed, there was an additional solid outer city that was 6 to 7 miles long outside of the beginning city. Looking from afar, it had a trace of majestic appearance, and the embryonic form of a large city was beginning to appear. The movement in the beginning city naturally attracted the attention of the other forces in the surrounding area. This was especially true for the nearby Tatars. Originally, the first city belonged to them. Now, not only was it occupied by someone else, the 5,000 commoners who were sent to fetch water were also snatched away by someone else. Out of the 1,000 cavalrymen that were sent out, about 200 of them had died. This was already considered hatred. It was a kind of hatred that had to be avenged. Not only the Tatar army, even Hararuachu of the Wara, who had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Qindong, had also sent out scouts to inquire about them after losing the battle. The movement in the beginning city was big enough. Of course, it had attracted their attention. For a time, they were eager to give it a try. In addition, there were also the Mongolian tribes in the Gobi Desert. Khan Sud suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Qindong. When he returned to the tribe, he was also criticized. This made him feel ashamed. At this time, the scouts sent back news that they had found the 5-star army that had once caused them a loss. They were building the beginning city. But at the same time, there was another piece of news. That was the 5-star army was actually a mercenary army. Their leader was the war god of the Great Ming Dynasty, who had defeated the leader of the Wala, Yes Hen. He was the Great Ming Dynasty's Duke of Loyalty, Yang Qindong. The 5-star army was a mercenary army. The army that was building the beginning city was a mercenary army. When this news was intentionally released by Yang Qindong, it quickly shocked the area. Some of the forces that were originally eager to make a move couldn't help but suppress the idea of making a move. They decided to wait and see first. Who was Yes Hen? Presumably, there was no one in the grassland who didn't know about him. In the coup 3 years ago, this person defeated the Great Ming Dynasty's hundreds of thousands of main forces. At one point, he almost breached the capital of the Great Ming Dynasty. How glorious was that? However, such a powerful person with a powerful cavalry team was still defeated by a Han scholar in his early 20s. After the war, this person also received an even more resounding nickname, War God. Chapter 698. This battle caused the name of the god of war to resound throughout the Mongolian grasslands. This made many people want to get to know this person better. Now this person had appeared on the grasslands and was in front of them. As the saying went, a person's name was like a tree's shadow. After he announced his name, who knew how many Mongolian soldiers were afraid? They had no choice but to withdraw their evil claws. They wanted to take a look first. The construction of the first city was still in full swing. When Yang Qindong intentionally asked the reconnaissance camp to release the news that the mercenary army would purchase a large amount of wood and a large number of stones needed for the construction of the city, they would purchase them at a price 10% higher than the market price as long as they were sent to the first city and the materials were suitable. More and more nearby merchants had come here to do business. More and more materials were sent in from all directions, and the construction speed of the city began to increase. More and more people came to work here, freeing up a large number of mercenaries. However, the construction speed did not slow down. After 20 days, the outer city walls had begun to take shape. Looking from afar, it looked majestic. What was even more surprising was that no army had come to find trouble or attack this place after such a big move, which was tantamount to snatching meat from the mouths of others. This could be said to be a miracle. However, only Yang Qindong knew that this was only because of his name as the god of war and the strength of the mercenaries. This fear was only temporary. Once the 3 divisions of the Lungfeng division moved large amounts of resources into the city, and once he had a supply line and trade route from the first city to Hightown, under the temptation of great benefits, there would be people who could not resist the temptation to attack. As for when that day would come, it all depended on when the 3 divisions of the Lungfeng division returned. At this time, the 3 divisions of the Lungfeng division had already walked past the Daxing and mountain and came to the Liao River. They were heading towards the Jianzhou left guard by the Songhua River. At this time, the Jianzhou left guard was not the same as before. First, the 2,000 cavalrymen led by Liang Xian and Wei Zhun were destroyed. Then Tang Longtian led 2,000 infantrymen and disappeared by the Liao River. Their strength had been greatly reduced. For this matter, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Agila, sent someone to ask for help from the general of the new, Ergon Duci, who was also the Duci commander Song Quan. The The people had been sent out, but it would take some time to get a result. It was at this moment that the 3 divisions of the Cold Front Division suddenly appeared in the vicinity of the Jianzhou Left Guard. When they heard the news from their scouts that an unknown but massive army was passing through their territory, how could they not be alarmed? Ever since Commander Liang Xian was informed of the incident, Abdullah had sent many people to investigate the situation. At one point, the incident had even alerted the embroidered uniform guard stationed in the new Urgandusi region. It had to be said that this organization was very capable. After they began to pay attention to this matter and sent people out, the news quickly spread that this incident was most likely done by the 5-Star Army. The 5-Star Army's actions in the new Urgandusi region were indeed very low-key. Perhaps many people didn't take them seriously. However, what did the embroidered uniform guards do for a living? They were good at grasping details. When they were certain of something, they could even fabricate details if there weren't any. Not to mention, the 5-Star Army had thousands of brothers. They had long taken note of such a force, but they didn't pay attention to the high level. After visiting, the embroidered uniform guards first locked onto Ding Shan, who had made a deal with the vice-chiliarch of the Twin Cities Guard, Zhang Mingji. After drawing a sketch of this person and comparing it, the name of the 5-Star Army's reconnaissance company commander came out. Everything was settled. After the incident was reported, the 5-Star Army became the main opponent of the Baiming Guard's army. They were an existence that everyone wanted to kill. However, for some reason, the target suddenly disappeared. It was as if they had evaporated from the world. They couldn't find their location. Speaking of which, since they couldn't find the 5-Star Army, they could only continue to investigate. At this moment, the 3 divisions of the Cold Front Division appeared. They didn't have the slightest intention of hiding and walked out openly. Not only that, but they even headed straight for the Jianzhou Left Guard's base. Their target was so clear that it gave the guard commander Abdullah a fright. Abdullah ordered his men to close the city gate, which wasn't too tall or too big, while gathering more than 1,600 infantrymen. He personally went up the city gate tower and watched the army slowly approaching from afar. Cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. As mentioned before, Abdullah was good at fighting. He had relied on his own abilities to reach his position. It was precisely because of this that he was different from those who had inherited their official positions. He had a more precise ability to judge and analyze the battlefield. When he saw the 3 divisions of the Cold Front Division approaching from afar, his intuition told him that if both sides were to fight, he wouldn't be a match for them. At the thought of this, more cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He thought to himself, "What's going on? Why did a force that didn't belong to us suddenly appear? How come I didn't know about it at all?" The 3 divisions of the Cold Front Division didn't advance slowly. They were all cavalrymen, so they could maintain their speed to the greatest extent. In addition, Yang Chendong had ordered them to make a big fuss, so they didn't have to hide anything along the way. Their speed became faster and faster. The army that was still far away soon arrived at the foot of the Jianzhou Left Guard city. The 2nd Regiment, which was in charge of the vanguard, also arrived at the foot of the city and began to get into formation. Chunbo, who was the regiment commander and the political commissar of the 3 divisions, was the first to leap out of his horse. When he looked up, he saw Abdullah looking at him from top to bottom. The 2 people's gazes met at this moment. After about a breath of time, Chunbo took a loudspeaker that could be used as a loudspeaker and began to loudly shout, "The generals on the city walls and the soldiers of Northern Ming, listen up. I am an officer of the mercenary army under the command of the Duke of Loyal and Bold of the Great Ming. This time, I came from afar without the slightest bit of malice. I just want to borrow your path. As long as you don't act rashly, your safety can be guaranteed." Chunbo stopped after shouting this sentence twice. Under his signal, a bow and arrow carrying a letter was shot up the city wall tower and landed at Abdullah's feet. The Great Ming Dynasty's Duke of Loyalty and Courage? Abdullah muttered something under his breath as he picked up the bow and arrow that had fallen to the ground. He then opened the letter and read it. The contents of the letter were even more detailed and confirmed what Chunbo had said earlier. When the Great Ming Dynasty's Duke of Loyalty and Courage heard that the Walla in the north intended to invade the border, he had already arrived at the grasslands in the north. He wanted to build a rear base called Sure City there. However, considering the shortage of supplies, he needed a sufficiently safe logistical path. Thus, he chose the new Urgandusi area. The Jianzhou Left Guard city's defensive position happened to be on the chosen supply route. The introduction in the letter was quite detailed. It explained the cause and effect of the matter very clearly, and also expressed a certain degree of goodwill. In other words, they were only borrowing the route, and did not have the slightest intention of staying in the new Urgandusi area or occupying a territory. They also asked for the other party's cooperation. Of course, if the other party had any ideas, but it was not impossible for them to fight. At the end of the letter, Yang Chendong also said that the Han people in the world were originally one family. This time he was helping the Han people to deal with the foreign tribes in the north. However, if someone dared to play any tricks behind his back, he did not mind taking action to deal with the foreign forces first. By then, whoever wanted to use the mercenaries would have to pay 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times the price. The Great Ming Dynasty's Duke of Loyalty and Courage was nicknamed the God of War. Not to mention, during the year that this person went to the south, he had successively defeated the troublemaking Huang bandit army and destroyed Jiaoji and Kanglan nations. This was something that even the Great Ming Dynasty could not do. Now that Yang Chendong had done it, how could such a person be easy to deal with? Now that this person had appeared in his line of sight, Abdullah already had the feeling that he was no match for this person even before the battle started. Then again, he was only a commander of the Imperial Guard and his authority was limited. Such a major matter was not something that he could make the decision on. He still needed to seek instructions from the higher-ups and listen to their arrangements. Abdullah did not want to offend the other party, so he quickly replied, "General, this matter is of great importance. Please allow me to seek instructions from the higher-ups before making a decision. Of course, to express our goodwill, we will do our best to provide you with food during the few days that you are waiting. Is that all right?" The supplies needed to be prepared and shipped from Qiqian City to Hightown. It would take some time for them to be shipped by sea. What the Lung Feng's 3 divisions had the most now was time. What they needed to do was to make use of this free time to build up their invincible influence. Therefore, it did not matter where they stopped as long as they could intimidate the enemy. "All right, we agree. General, please make the application to the higher-ups as soon as possible." Chen Bo agreed on behalf of the 3 divisions. With a wave of his hand, the cavalrymen dismounted and began to set up camp 5 miles in front of Jian Province's left guard. Abdullah returned to the barracks from the city tower and immediately wrote an urgent letter. He then ordered his trusted aide to deliver it to the city where the commander was stationed. After that, he arranged for the soldiers in the barracks to send some extra food to the foot of the city in baskets. Speaking of which, after losing 2,000 cavalrymen and 2,000 infantrymen, they still had a lot of food left. The Lung Feng's 3 divisions did not hold back and arranged for their soldiers to receive the food at the foot of the city. They did not seem to be on guard at all, which showed that they had no ulterior motives. This made Abdullah feel more at ease. The fact that the other party was willing to accept the food meant that they were expressing their goodwill. In this case, the other party should not attack anymore. Otherwise, why would they go through so much trouble? Chapter 699. Food was sent out on time every day, and Abdullah would go up to the city tower to check on the situation. Not only him, but all the soldiers in the guard station were also paying close attention to the army below the city. As time went by, even the Baiming citizens in the city would use their connections to go up to the city tower, just to see the army under the Duke of Loyalty's command. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. No one knew if it was intentional or not, but the next morning, the 3 divisions of the Cold Front Division began their military training and drills. The 3 divisions of the Cold Front Division had been expanded after the Battle of Liao River, and some of them were former soldiers of the Baiming Guard Station. They formed the 4th and 5th Battalions of the Cold Front Division with the veterans of the Cold Front Division. In other words, the 4th and 5th battalions of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd regiments were all recruit battalions, and their combat strength was relatively weak. However, this was only in comparison. If they were to fight against the Nuzan cavalry, they would not lose out. There were a total of 6 battalions, and because they were newly formed, their combat strength was not up to the overall standard of the Cold Front Division. In order to let them catch up in time, Division Commander Wuxia and Political Commissar Chenbo purposely increased the intensity and standard of their training. Now that they had time to stay below the city, of course they would not abandon their training. Not only that, they also increased the intensity of their training. Every day at dawn, the soldiers of the 6 battalions would get out of bed, run a few laps around the camp, and only stop when they had covered a distance of 10 kilometers. Then, they would practice slashing with their swords, and each person would slash at least 200 times. When they were done, it was time for breakfast. Only then did the soldiers have half an hour to rest. After breakfast, the training continued. Each person would slash 200 times, and then it was target practice. Of course, considering the amount of ammunition they had, it was impossible for them to use live ammunition right away. First, they had to practice various postures. For example, one person would have to practice for 2 hours to raise the gun. They also had to hang a heavy stone under the butt of the gun to practice their stability and so on. In the afternoon, it was time for cavalry training, getting on the horse to slash, getting on the horse to raise the spear, and so on. At night, there would be an hour of sparring practice. The warriors would put on all kinds of armor, and then fight with wooden sabers. It was common for them to bleed and get injured. After an hour, it would be a day and a half of rest and study time. At least half an hour of learning, including various maps, hand gestures, and other skills, before they could sleep for the day. At this time, the soldiers would start snoring after entering their tents. There were even sounds of teeth grinding, farting, and so on. However, no one blamed the other comrades because everyone was very tired. It could be said that they fell asleep as soon as they touched the pillow. Again and again every day was the same training. All of this fell into the eyes of the Beiming army generals and common people on the city gate tower. Abdullah had sighed in his heart more than once. This is a strong army. Their training methods are very scientific. They definitely won't be able to stop such an army. Not to mention that he only had a little over 1,000 infantrymen. Even if he was given 10,000 or 50,000 men, he would not think that he could defeat such a powerful enemy. Hopefully, Shangguan will agree to open up a path for them. It's definitely a nightmare to be enemies with such people. General Abdullah sighed in his heart as he anxiously waited for Shangguan's reply. This wait lasted for 10 days. Finally, a cavalry scout came from afar with a letter in his arms. It represented the attitude of the new Ergon city toward the mercenaries. Whether they would fight or cooperate, the result would be clear soon. Abdullah received the letter from the scout with a nervous heart. He opened it silently. His expression changed rapidly. His brows were furrowed and relaxed at times. The letter was written by the city's commander, Song Quan. According to the letter, the embroidered uniform guard had already determined that the 5-star army was part of the mercenaries. In other words, the horse robbery that happened here, including the Liao River incident, should be the work of the mercenaries. Come to think of it, this was probably the only army in the world that could eliminate more than 10,000 enemies without leaving any traces or evidence behind. The letter also said that since the mercenaries provoked them first, it would not be a problem for them to retaliate appropriately. Considering the strength of the mercenaries, the lack of orders from the higher-ups, and the fact that Yang Qindong was a loyal duke recognized by the Great Ming Dynasty, they only needed to retaliate appropriately and did not need to go all out. Abdullah heaved a sigh of relief when he read this. He no longer considered what the mercenaries had done to them. His observations over the past few days told him that the mercenaries were not to be trifled with, not at all. The contents of the letter made Abdullah feel even more relieved. Considering the current situation of the Jian Province Left Guard, the higher-ups would not send them into battle personally. It was not just the Jian Province Left Guard. Even the larger Jian Province Guard and Shenyang Central Guard did not have any cavalry, so they did not need to use them. This time, The higher-ups would directly send 3,000 cavalrymen to test the mercenaries' capabilities. What Abdullah needed to do was to stand below the city gate tower and record everything that happened from the beginning to the end of the battle in detail. He could then report it truthfully when he returned. After reading the letter, Abdullah had mixed feelings. The higher-ups were not willing to let the mercenaries off easily. They wanted to be selective and test them appropriately. However, was this necessary? Perhaps 10 days ago, when the 3 Lungfeng division masters had just arrived, Abdullah also had the same thought. However, after watching the mercenaries training for 10 days, especially after watching the 3 divisions 9 Lungfeng division battalions train, he had long given up on such thoughts. The 9 battalions were quiet, but when they moved like flood dragons. Not only were their horsemanship superb, but they also practiced chopping 500 times in a row. Not only were there sufficient numbers, but their speed was also very fast. He had seen with his own eyes the wooden stakes that had been set up to act as imaginary enemies being split in half in a very short period of time. That saber seems different too. It's sharper and tougher than ours. Abdullah could not help but sigh as he thought about it. Then he began to look forward to the outcome of the 3,000 cavalrymen sent by the higher-ups. He also wanted to encourage his own cavalry, but for some reason he could not muster up the strength to do so. In the military camp outside the city, Division Master Wuxia had just returned from his chopping training. Compared to the ordinary Lungfeng warriors, he had set himself a requirement of 600 slashes in a row. While he had to make an extra 100 slashes, the time requirement was the same. In other words, if the warriors could make 500 slashes in the same amount of time, he would have to make 600 slashes to qualify. As the Lungfeng warriors' military quality continued to improve, as the division master, Wuxia's expectations of himself became higher and higher. He returned covered in sweat. As soon as he received a towel from the correspondent, Political Commissar Chen Bo appeared in front of him. Division Master, the Baiming division has already sent someone back to the city. They should have received some news. However, the other party has no intention of contacting us. It seems like the news is not necessarily good. I'm afraid we'll have to fight. The moment Chen Bo entered the room, he took a towel from the correspondent behind him and wiped his face. It was obvious that he was also covered in sweat. It was obvious that he had just finished his training. Let's fight then. If we don't fight, some people won't know how powerful we are. The warriors below have been holding back for a long time. It's a good opportunity for them to vent their frustrations, Wuxia said nonchalantly. His face was filled with fighting spirit and confidence. All right, let's wait and see, Chen Bo said unhurriedly. In their eyes, the Baiming division's cavalrymen were nothing. Even though they knew that a big battle was coming, they were not nervous at all. They did not even need to prepare. This was because the 3 divisions of the Lungfeng division had always been on the first level of combat readiness. They were ready to fight at any time. Being unprepared was the best preparation. This was a strong confidence in one's own strength. 3 days later in the morning, from the northeast of the 3 divisions' barracks, a cavalry troop that seemed to cover the sky and earth came from afar. They left a trail of dust behind them. They're here. Division Commander Wuxia and Political Commissar Chen Bo, who were still instructing the troops to practice shooting, immediately reacted. The troops immediately gathered, mounted their horses, and carried their swords. They were eager to fight. As soon as the troops gathered, a scout rushed back and rushed in front of the division commander and political commissar, reporting to the chief. It's the Baiming division's cavalrymen. There are about 3,000 of them. 3,000? After hearing this, Wuxia shook his head with some disinterest. 3,000 is really too little. That's right. It's a little too little. This time, even political commissar Chen Bo agreed. However, they did not know that if their opponents heard these words, they would be enraged. They had seen people look down on others, but they had never seen people look down on others like this. The 2 division commanders looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They said at the same time, "Who do you think we should send?" They said the words at the same time. Then the 2 looked at each other and smiled. They were prepared to fight personally, But the enemy only had 3,000 men. To be honest, it was too little. It was so little that they were embarrassed to fight with their subordinates. They both understood each other's thoughts. In the end, Political Commissar Chenbo said, "Then let's rest for a while. We have to give the soldiers who came later a chance to show off. Why don't we send the third commander to lead the 6 battalions? 6 battalions against 3,000 cavalrymen. That's reasonable." Wuxia thought about it carefully and nodded in agreement. 6 battalions meant that each battalion had 400 men, which was 2,400 men. Although these people were not enough to deal with the enemy's 3,000 cavalrymen, to Lung Feng, this was already bullying. The 6 battalions were formed later, so their overall strength was slightly weaker. If it was the elite Cold Front Division, 3 battalions would be enough. Chapter 700. After the 2 division commanders came to a decision, they called the 3rd Regiment commander, Spring Sun, over and passed on the order. Regiment Commander Spring, this performance will directly affect whether our supply route will be smooth in the future. It will directly affect the future plans of the 6th Young Master. This is extremely important. Are you confident that you can complete this mission? Chenbo said as soon as he saw Spring Sunday Division Commander Wu Sheng's words were even more direct. Spring Sun, if you can complete this mission then accept it. If not, then go back to your 3rd regiment. I can't wait to do it myself. Hey, what are you two talking about? You can look down on me, Spring Sun, but you can't look down on the soldiers below. I don't mind making a military pledge here. If this battle can't be fought to our heart's content, if it can't go smoothly, if we can't show the might of our 3rd regiment, then I won't be a regiment commander anymore. I'll just be a cook and take the blame for everyone. Spring Sun said excitedly, even throwing out the military pledge at the first moment. It was no wonder that Spring Sun was so excited. He originally thought that this battle had nothing to do with him. He knew that no matter if it was Division Commander Wu Sheng or Political Commissar Chenbo, they were both battle-hungry people like him. Plus, they were the regiment commanders of the 1st and 2nd Regiment respectively. There shouldn't be any chance for him to perform in this battle. He didn't think that he, who had already given up hope, would be hit by this meat pie. He was extremely excited and overjoyed. In order to prevent the mission from being snatched by others, of course he would say whatever he could. With the military pledge, Spring Sun could be considered to have accepted this mission. Next, he called the 6 battalion commanders of the newly formed battalions in front of him. Naturally, he gave them another round of encouragement and bold words. The strength of these 6 battalions had greatly increased under the recent training, and they wanted to perform well in a real battle. Now that they had the chance, who wouldn't yell and pat their chest? Immediately, the 6 battalion commanders also made the military pledge. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 6 battalions were ready for battle. At this moment, Wu Sheng and Chenbo had already led the rest of the Cold Blade warriors to retreat. They left the stage open and gave Chunyang and the other 6 battalions a chance to perform. Everyone listen up. Each person only has a chance to fire 3 bullets. Regardless of whether they hit the target or not, they would charge together with their leader. Don't worry, everyone. Bring out the strength you've been training with. It's enough to deal with the enemy. Standing at the front of the group, Chunyang looked at the 6 square formations behind him and shouted in a heroic voice. Kill! 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 Behind him, more than 2,000 people shouted in unison. This voice shook the 9 heavens, as if it could shatter the horizon. Above the city gate tower, Abdullah also witnessed the scene before him. When he recognized that the 6 battalions that the mercenaries had sent out were the weakest 6 battalions during the training, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and say, facing a powerful opponent with 3,000 cavalrymen, they sent out the weakest ones. And there were less than 3,000 of them? This mercenaries, where did they get their confidence from? It wasn't just Abdullah. Some of the other Kiliarchs and Baihu standing beside him were also confused. Someone whispered, "This is clearly the mercenaries underestimating the enemy. If that's the case, we'll have a good show to watch." That's right. Your mercenaries may be strong, but if you underestimate the cavalrymen of the Baiming City Guard, You'll have to pay a heavy price. While the crowd on the city gate tower was still discussing, the 3,000 cavalrymen of the Beiming City Guard were getting closer and closer. Their speed was also gradually increasing. It was obvious that the enemy had no intention of stopping. Clearly, they wanted to use this speed to charge in front of the mercenaries and increase the charging force of their cavalrymen. From this point alone, it was clear that the Beiming City Guard had no lack of powerful people. In fact, the leader of this troop was the commandant of the Beiming City Guard, Yi Ligong. He was a major third-grade general and was one of the top 5 figures in the entire new Ergon City Guard district. If it weren't for the existence of the Imperial Eunuch Supervisor and the Imperial Eunuch Guard, he would be the number 3 figure in the city. How could a person like him not have strength? How could a person like him not know how to lead troops into battle? Everyone, slowly increase your speed. When the two sides are 2 li apart, charge forward. We need to use our momentum to break the enemy's courage. We need to let the Duke of Loyalty know that mercenaries aren't the only ones who can fight. The cavalrymen of the Beiming City Guard are also unparalleled in the world. Standing in the middle of the troop, Yi Ligong urged his horse forward as he shouted loudly. He was trying his best to motivate the troops before the battle. Kill! 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 The same shout came from the Beiming City Guard, but for some reason, it didn't sound uniform. It wasn't as heroic and passionate as the previous mercenaries. Facing the charge of the Beiming City Guard from afar, Chunyang didn't move at all. The 6 battalions behind him didn't move either. They stood there like statues, allowing the enemy to approach them step by step. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. 5 li for li 2 li. When they were 2 li apart, Chunyang's eyes, which were as dark as the abyss, finally regained some spirit. He shouted loudly, "Everyone listen to my order. Charge! Charge!" The 6 battalions responded in unison. Following that, there was the sound of war horses galloping forward, followed by the sound of soldiers pulling the bolts of their guns. When they were 2 li apart, the Beiming City Guard began to increase their speed. They kicked up a cloud of dust as they approached, like a monster that could swallow mountains and rivers. Fire! The cold vanguard soldiers raised their arms as they charged forward. This was the result of their constant training with guns. When the military officer gave the order to open fire, thousands of fireballs shot out at the same time toward the northern Ming Dynasty cavalry that was charging at them. Bang! 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 3 bullets were fired one after the other. Before the enemy could react, the bullets whistled through the air and hit the Beiming City Guard, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The 3 shots were quickly fired. The soldiers kept the Type 95 on their backs and pulled out their cavalry swords. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 1 li. Next was the bloodiest and most brutal clash between the cavalry swords. The moment when the cavalry collided would always give people a sense of shock. It was like 2 high-speed trains colliding together. The power and destructive power produced would often be very shocking. In such an environment, a person's life would be extremely fragile. An individual's performance would also be minimized. Even a strong person could be smashed to pieces in such a clash. However, even though they knew this common sense and logic, from the Commander Spring Sun to the warriors in every squad, none of them were afraid. This was because they had been training for a long time. They were waiting for this moment. They were waiting for this moment to show their strength on the battlefield. This was also the glorious moment when they handed in their exam papers. They were waiting for the clash between the two sides. They were waiting for the moment to show their strength in the battle. Some people were even ready to die in the clash. It might be painful, but it might also be very satisfying. After making all the preparations, the 6 battalions of the Cold Vanguard soldiers quickly approached the Beiming City Guard. Everyone's eyes were bloodthirsty. At this moment, no one took their lives seriously. There was only one thing in their mind, and that was to kill the enemy again and again. This was a kind of momentum that was unafraid of death. This was a kind of spirit that was fearless. This was a kind of confidence that could only move forward and not retreat. Under this kind of momentum, the 6 battalions still maintained their original formation and continued to move forward. Then there was a flash of cold light. It was like a sharp knife that was about to pierce into the enemy's heart. For this moment, all the soldiers were shouting with all their might. It was as if they didn't do so, they wouldn't be able to increase their strength and vent their powerful momentum. They're about to clash. On the city tower, Abdullah clenched his fists and stared at the scene in front of him. Who was stronger and who was weaker? The answer would be revealed soon. Even though he already knew the answer in his heart, he still hoped that his side would win. Even though it seemed impossible. Yes, it was indeed impossible. Just as the two sides were about to collide, and were less than 300 meters away from each other, a shocking scene occurred. Like dominoes, the Beiming city guard fell from their horses one after another. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 men had fallen from their horses. The sudden turn of events caused the originally ambitious General Yi Ligong to turn pale with fright. He suddenly thought of the gunshots he had heard before. Could it be that all of this had happened because of that? Although the Newer city guard was located in a remote area, they knew that the mercenaries had continuous fire guns. However, that was all they knew. They knew that the Great Ming Dynasty also had firearms and the Divine Arms Battalion, so they didn't think much of it. It was the same for Yi Ligong when he heard the gunshots just now. He had tried firing firearms on horseback before. When the horses were still, they were still somewhat accurate. However, once the horses moved, they would be firing randomly. The effectiveness of the firearms was very limited. It was precisely because of this experience that he didn't think much of the gunshots. However, he suddenly understood that his brothers who suddenly fell from their horses must have been hit by the firearms. But how could there be so many of them? Yes, there were too many of them. Nearly half of the 3,000 cavalrymen died before they could even get close to the enemy. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the casualties were all soldiers, but the war horses were fine. What did this mean? Chapter 701. This meant that the enemy's marksmanship was extremely accurate. Not a single shot hit the ground or hurt the horses. This was a terrifying outcome. If the enemy launched another wave of musket attacks like this, would there still be anyone alive around him? Even if he did, would he be able to survive? At this moment, Yi Ligong was terrified. He instinctively pulled on the reins. He wanted to see what would happen. He did not want to lose his life here. There were quite a few people who had the same thoughts as Yi Ligong. They intentionally slowed down and watched as some of their companions charged into the mercenary camp. Boom! Finally, the cavalry from both sides collided. Blood splattered everywhere. Heads were tossed into the air, horses neighed, and corpses fell to the ground. It was only the first charge. Due to the difference in numbers, the difference in the number of strikes, and the absolute suppression of strength, hundreds of Beiming cavalry were cut down from their horses. They fell to the ground and became minced meat under the horses' hooves. Retreat! Retreat quickly! After this collision, the last bit of hope in Yi Ligong's heart had disappeared. Seeing his subordinates being chopped into minced meat the moment they entered the enemy's formation, he, who had already stopped his horse, turned around and fled without any hesitation or politeness. The main general suddenly turned around and fled with his bodyguards. Following that, more and more northern Ming cavalry also cursed and wanted to turn around and flee. However, it was not that easy to escape. Behind them, Chun Yang had already led his cavalry and charged forward. Under their repeated attacks, Beiming cavalry were cut down one after another. When some of the northern Ming cavalrymen wanted to counterattack, they suddenly realized that their companions were no longer around. When he had to face the continuous attacks of more than a dozen cold vanguard cavalrymen, he could block one or two strikes, but could he block the third strike, the fourth strike, or even more? In the first place, the speed of the saber attacks was not as fast as a human's. After blocking a few attacks, the surrounded northern Ming cavalry were like sheep that had entered a wolf's den. They were instantly devoured, and not even their bones were left behind. Such a scene continued to happen on the battlefield. Wherever there was a surviving northern Ming cavalryman, there would be a dozen or even dozens of cold vanguard cavalrymen slaughtering him. As a result, the northern Ming cavalrymen were like small boats sailing in the sea, facing huge waves one after another. No one could survive, no one. Originally, it should have been an evenly matched cavalry charge, but it had turned into a completely one-sided situation. From the beginning to the end, only half an hour had passed. Other than Yi Ligong, who escaped with less than 50 bodyguards, the other 2,950 Baiming cavalry were all killed. Not a single captive was left. Not even a single wounded person was left. Of course, this was because Lung Feng wanted to establish his dominance, but at the same time, it was also because the 6 battalions were too eager to prove their worth. That was why they didn't hold back and killed with all their might, resulting in this outcome. Tabulate the battle results. Spring Sun was covered in blood. He had killed more than 4 Baiming cavalry. Although it wasn't as many as he had expected, he had no choice. He had killed too many people with his muskets. It was already good enough that he was able to get 4. Without any enemies, he began to tabulate the battle results. He wanted to see how many casualties he had suffered. 13 of my battalion died. 7 are wounded. 16 of my battalion are wounded. No wounded. 12 of my brothers died. 2 are wounded. 13 of my brothers died. No wounded. 7 of my battalion died. 4 are wounded. All of them are lightly wounded. My battalion. The battle results were quickly tabulated. Spring Sun nodded to show that he understood. He turned around and galloped towards Division Commander Wu Sheng and Political Commissar Chen Bo, reporting to Division Commander, Political Commissar. In this battle, 70 of our brothers died. 18 are wounded. We killed 2,950 enemies. No prisoners. When Spring Sun arrived in front of the 2 division commanders and reported the results of the battle, the 3 divisions couldn't help but burst into thunderous cheers. This result made Wu Sheng and Chen Bo very satisfied. There were always casualties in war. It didn't matter if you had the right time, the right place, or the right people. After all, accidents were everywhere. To be able to kill nearly 3,000 enemies with less than 100 casualties was already a miracle. Good, very good. We will remember this great achievement. Let's celebrate tonight. Division Commander Wu Sheng laughed loudly. At this moment, he knew that the quasi-cold vanguard of the 6 battalions had become a qualified cold vanguard brother after this bloody battle. The combat strength of the 3 divisions had also improved greatly after this battle. Oh, we won. The other cold vanguard warriors couldn't help but cheer and shout loudly when they heard the celebration. When these voices reached the city, Abdullah's face turned pale with fright. He still didn't know the final result of the battle. However, Baiming's cavalry had been defeated, and they had been defeated very quickly and thoroughly. He saw it clearly. When night came, out of fear, they took out more food and sent it to the 3 divisions. The exact results of the battle had also been announced. Less than 100 casualties, 2,950 enemies killed, and nearly 3,000 warhorses were taken. The result made Abdullah almost lose his balance and fall to the ground. With the help of his personal guards, Abdullah sat back down on his chair and remained silent for a long time. He had already determined a fact in his heart. The mercenaries were powerful and could not be provoked. Whoever dared to provoke them would end up dead. Of course, he didn't forget to report everything he saw and heard to his superiors. He could already imagine what their decision would be after seeing this report. The path of the cold vanguard had to be given up. And it had to be given up completely. The camp of the 3 divisions, the banquet, celebration, and recording of achievements were carried out in an orderly manner. Countless soldiers used their military merits to exchange for cigarettes, ham sausages, canned food, and other things. When they held these items in their hands, many of them shed tears. They were originally Baiming's cavalry and looked very powerful. However, only they knew that they were nothing more than a facade. However, after joining the 3 divisions, they had undergone a transformation. They were still themselves, but in front of their former comrades, they were already superior. Even if they couldn't do anything now and retired, they would still be able to get a sum of money to spend the rest of their lives. Although there was still a long way to go before they could become rich, at least they could live a normal life and get married and have children. However, was this really their goal in life? No. They could still continue to work hard and obtain more glory and wealth. After a few more years of hard work, it wouldn't be a problem for them to build a good family background and property for their descendants. At this moment, the hearts of the soldiers were filled with hope and longing for the future. The birth of these ideals would make them stronger and more fearless. This battle established the belief that the three divisions were powerful and invincible. Not long after, Nguyen issued a clear rule. It said that the mercenaries were fighting for the peace of Biming's north and were worthy of respect. It was also very reasonable that they needed a logistical supply line. No guards were allowed to obstruct or interfere. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. This was the result of fighting. This was the result of showing their strength. Everything was not out of Wu Sheng and Chen Bo's expectations. They knew that they were very close to completing the mission given by the sixth young master. The next day after receiving the news, the three divisions left Jian Province's Zuowei City and headed straight for Sea Town. The supplies were already at sea and would arrive soon. Their next mission was to gather at Sea Town, and then unload the supplies and transport them back to Shur City. Then they would be done. As for the safety of this road in the future, they were not worried. Unless they didn't want to live, they really couldn't think of anyone who would dare to stop the logistical army under the banner of mercenaries here. Shur City. It had been a month and a half since they occupied this place and started the construction. During this period of time, the city had undergone great changes. The appearance of the city had taken shape with the investment of a huge amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. The construction in the city had already begun. When they walked to the street, Shur City had become much more lively. Originally, there were only 1,000 people in the city. Now the number of people in the city had reached more than 2,000, nearly 10,000 people. The fact that the population in the city could increase so much in such a short period of time naturally had a lot to do with Yang Chendong's personal and external policies. Duke of Loyalty, God of War, and even Dong Shui were some of Yang Chendong's nicknames. He had been famous for a long time. It was difficult for others not to know him. With his personal influence, first of all, some Han people who lived alone nearby were willing to come to the city. During this period of time, Su Yunqing's reconnaissance battalion, in addition to monitoring the movements of the nearby Mongolian tribes, had another important task, which was to constantly convey the news of the policies towards the Han people. For example, the Duke of Loyalty was the savior of the Han people. As long as they were Han people and were willing to follow the rules, the Duke of Loyalty would help them, give them work, give them food, and let them live a better life. These slogans and news spread everywhere. Not only the Han people, but also the Mongolian people. As long as they were willing to follow the rules of the city and had the strength and were willing to work, they were also welcomed. They could work to earn money and use the silver or copper coins to buy various items that they needed. Shur City was an open city. It was a city with full freedom. It was a city that pursued fairness and reasonableness. As long as you were willing to come and follow the rules here, you would become a welcome person. Here, as long as you put in effort, you would be rewarded. It was very fair. There was no oppression or oppression. Your things were yours. You didn't have to worry that everything would be gone when you woke up. Chapter 702. It was precisely this concept that attracted groups of people to settle in after it was spread out. First, it was a few people, then a dozen people, then dozens of people. Soon, it expanded to hundreds of people, thousands of people, and then nearly 10,000 people. Even this number was increasing every day. Speaking of which, everything was due to the rules of the grassland. It was particular about the law of the jungle. It was particular about the law of the jungle. Whoever was more powerful would have all the good things. As for the weak, some people might sympathize with them, but it was only sympathy. On the day you were bullied, no hero would appear to help you. They were used to snatching and being robbed when they saw good things. As a result, many kind-hearted people did not like to stay on the grassland, especially those who lived alone. They often did not have a neighbor within dozens or even hundreds of miles. Once they encountered a grassland bandit, they could only wait for death. This feeling was very bad. If it was in the past, They did not have a place to go and did not have a better way to solve the problem. It seemed that they could only choose to join a grassland tribe. Even so, they had to pay too much and could become a sacrifice in the war at any time. If they were unlucky and the leader of the tribe took a fancy to something, they would also have to contribute. That feeling was like falling into a bandit's lair. The first city was different. As long as one was willing to come here, there would be a ready-made house for one to live in. Of course, one would have to pay the rent every month. However, this was not a problem. There were many jobs to do in the city now. Building a city and building houses was a rich income. As long as one worked hard to earn money, one would not have to worry about it. As long as one had their own house, anything that they earned would belong to them. No one would come to rob them, no matter who the other party was or what kind of identity they had. Otherwise, the law enforcement team that appeared on the streets at any time in the city would teach the other party how to behave. It was this kind of protection policy that attracted a large number of people to the first city. When they familiarized themselves with the rules here, and found that it was indeed different from the outside world, many people quickly fell in love with this place. While they chose to live here, they also spread the news, allowing more relatives and friends to come and stay here. After all, everyone would want to have more old friends by their side when they arrived at a new place. This would give them a sense of security. There were more and more people in the city, and the labor problem was solved accordingly. In the largest mansion in the beginning city, Yang Chendong was sitting there and resting. Some of the tension on his face disappeared, and there was a trace of relaxation. This was a newly built backyard. There was a large pond and even a rockery. To be able to have such things in the prairie city could only be described as extravagant. However, no one thought that this was wrong. The sixth young master had done so much for everyone. Was it wrong for him to want a better environment and conditions to rest? No one should even think of shaking Yang Chendong's position in the army or speaking ill of him. Otherwise, he would be beaten up so badly that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Sitting in the garden to rest, Yang Chendong did not forget to look at the information in his hand. It seemed like a while had passed, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. He lifted his head and looked at Tiger's Mane, who was at the side, and asked, "This is the data from this morning. It says that the number of people in the city has exceeded 10,000? Yes, the statistics were out last night. The number of people is about 10,300. Compared to the 9,800 people from the day before, there are 500 more people now. This number should increase today. Young master, you're amazing." Tiger's Mane could not help but give him a thumbs up when he mentioned this. When the city was first built, the city was so vast, and it was not that no one had discussed it before. They thought that this was a grassland after all, and it was different from the Central Plains. It was normal to not see a single family for dozens of miles. In such a place, building a city was originally a very extravagant thing, let alone building such a big city. Looking at the sixth young master's meaning, the beginning city could accommodate 500,000 people. This was indeed a very frightening number. Even the Mongolian tribes who had lived here for generations did not dare to think about it. They could not see that the sixth young master could do it. Some people even thought that this was the first time that the sixth young master had made a wrong judgment. The development of the facts was indeed not satisfactory at the beginning. Although the reconnaissance camp had released a lot of information, it was still very limited that it could attract people. In the first few days, they did not see anyone coming here, let alone living here. However, the situation slowly changed. From a few people who came in a day at the beginning, to more than 10 people, and then to a few hundred people now. The number of people in the city began to increase. More importantly, almost none of the people who came here had walked here before, and that was the most important thing. It was not easy to attract people here, but the most important thing was how to attract people to not leave after they came here. Now it seemed that the sixth young master had done a very good job. The people below could not help but sigh again. The sixth young master was the sixth young master. His vision of things was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Tiger's Mane naturally had never questioned Yang Chendong. On the contrary, he had a kind of blind worship. In his opinion, as long as it was the sixth young master's words, It must be the truth. As long as it was the sixth young master's words, it must be incomparably correct. However, he could not stop the people below him from talking. Now that he had used facts to slap some people in the face, he naturally felt honored and happy. Haha. Looking at Tiger's Mane's sincere and happy smile, Yang Chendong, who was infected, also laughed. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, "By the way, why are you always in front of me recently? Don't you still have to lead the independent regiment? I have young heir here. If you have something to do, you can do it yourself." "Young master, the independent regiment's combat power has improved a lot. Now when we have nothing to do, we will compete with the Jurchen cavalry regiment. Although we can't win, if we can use firearms, I guarantee that we can destroy the other party in minutes. Besides, with Deputy Regiment Commander Xian Honghai watching over there, I am very relieved." Tiger's Mane was reserved and smiled proudly. "Is the independent regiment that powerful?" This was the first time Yang Chendong heard of it. The main reason was that he had been focusing his energy on building the city recently. Although he had a lot of people under him this time, and many of them were smart and capable, there was really no better person to manage the affairs of the city. Those people were all martial artists. When it came to war, their eyes were wide open, but when it came to managing the city, they instantly wilted. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had no choice but to do it himself. After all, a person's energy was limited. If he was busy with government affairs, he would not be able to care about the army. Now that he heard Tiger's Mane say that the independent regiment's combat power had greatly improved, he was interested. He asked about the Jurchen cavalry regiment and the strengthening of the 1st and 2nd cavalry regiment. According to Hu Mang, the combat strength of these 4 regiments was increasing every day. In order to achieve more military merits, they would seize the opportunity to train whenever they had the chance. Moreover, it was the kind of training that everyone was willing to do. When they had nothing to do, the 4 regiments would also practice against each other, and the improvement of their combat power was much faster. Good. It is a good thing that you all can take the initiative to think of ways to improve your combat power. This is positive and should be encouraged. Yang Chendong was very happy after hearing this. However, after saying this, he quickly changed his tone and said, "Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Soldiers of my generation must have this kind of awareness. When facing any possible war, we must be able to maintain the best state of mind at all times. Once a war breaks out, with a command to gather, we will be able to fight against the enemy. We must win, and we must do so at the smallest cost. Young master, will there really be people coming to find trouble with us? It has already been 1.5 months, and I don't see anyone having any ideas about us." When it came to war, Tiger's Mane was interested and his voice became louder. There will be," Yang Chendong said with certainty. If the establishment of the first city did not attract the attention of some of the surrounding forces, it attracted many people to move in with its powerful attraction. This was indeed something that some people did not want to see. On the grassland, it could be said that everything was lacking, so much so that the population was also a hot commodity. When 2 tribes fought, the winning side would often plunder all the population of the losing side in order to strengthen their own strength. The appearance of the first city had taken in all the individual households. With this, it could be said that it had touched everyone's interests, and this was the fuse of the war. Force was the most direct way to solve the conflict of interests. According to Yang Chendong's thoughts, there were probably already many enemies who could not hold back. It was just that the mercenaries and his reputation were too big, and no one wanted to be the one to stand out. However, as the first city grew stronger, it was obvious that these forces would eventually not be able to hold back, and the war should be coming. Just as Yang Chendong and Hu Mang were chatting, a large cavalry team was setting up camp and resting at a place 500 kilometers away from the first city, near a mountain and a river. If the people from the reconnaissance camp could get close to observe, they would naturally find an old acquaintance here. He was Hararuachu, who had suffered a loss in Yang Chendong's hands. That's right, this was the camp of Hararuachu's father, Agar Dorji. Originally, he followed his elder brother to expand the Tatar forces, But he could not resist the temptation and finally conspired with the leader of the Walla, Yeshen, to assassinate his elder brother. Who would have thought that the plan would not be as fast as the changes? In the end, he did not kill his elder brother, and had no choice but to escape. Now he had become a rootless tree floating on the grassland. Agar Dorji was still a man of his own ideas. When he rebelled, he brought a total of 50,000 cavalry, which made him a powerful force on the grassland. No one dared to look down on him, and no one dared to casually find trouble with him. This made him comfortable for a while. Chapter 703. However, the daily food and drinks of the 50,000 cavalrymen was not a small expense. Although he had received some benefits from Yeshen, it would eventually run out. If one did not consider the future, there would be immediate worries. Now Agar Dorji urgently needed a foothold and income. Otherwise, the 50,000 cavalrymen would leave him sooner or later. In order to find a suitable place, he had thought of forming an alliance with the Gobi Mongol Empire. He wanted to let his son marry Princess Tuoya and strengthen the relationship between the two sides through marriage. Unfortunately, his son Hararuo was too ugly. He was so ugly that Tuoya did not like him at all. In addition, Sudor Khan was not very courageous and was afraid that he would swallow up the other side, so the marriage did not happen. Not only that, but because of the battle with the 5-star army, he lost 5,000 cavalrymen and a general like Lumak. For this matter, Agar Dorji scolded his son, and even gave him 2 horsewhips as punishment. Then he naturally thought of finding trouble with the 5-star army. Since they beat him, they should be prepared to be beaten back. But he never thought that the 5-star army would suddenly become a mercenary army. This made Agar Dorji think of giving up. The reputation of a mercenary army and a war god was too big. In the grasslands, Yeshen's strength was obviously the strongest. Especially since he had done business with Baiming a while ago, who knew how many rare goods were shipped to the grasslands through his hands. These goods had become sought-after goods in the eyes of the grasslands nobles. He had made a lot of money. With money, there was naturally a greater opportunity to increase his strength. It could only be said that Yeshen was stronger than before. He even had a faint sense of superiority. His strength made Yeshen somewhat dizzy. He actually wanted to find trouble with Baiming again, wanting to use the war to plunder and strengthen himself. After all, he had worked with Yeshen before, and their relationship was not bad. Agar Dorji had asked for Yeshen's opinion on the matter of the origin city. However, the seemingly fearless Yeshen actually gave him a piece of advice, which was that it was best not to provoke the war god, because it was not something that humans could defeat. Yeshen's words were decisive. When Agar Dorji first heard it, he did hesitate. But now he seemed to have no choice. The army's provisions would be exhausted in a month at most. If he could not find more food or a foothold during this time, there might be a mutiny in the army. If that happened, where would he go? Big brother Tuachuo Buhua had probably sent people to keep an eye on him. At that time, would he take the opportunity to deal with him? Then there was Yeshen. Although their relationship seemed to be good now, in fact, the other party couldn't wait to devour him. If it were not for the fact that he still had 45,000 cavalrymen in his hands, the other party would have taken action long ago. This could be seen from the fact that he wanted to borrow food from the other party, but was rejected with all kinds of excuses. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. This was the true portrayal of Agar Dorji's current situation. Reality also forced him to set his sights on the origin city. The scouts he sent out had already gathered enough information. There were mercenaries and a lot of silver in the origin city. It was said that the Han people and Mongols who worked there could earn a lot of silver every day. How much money does this Duke of Loyalty have? Agar Dorji often could not help but think, and the greed in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Someone once said that when the benefits reached 10 times, it was enough to make many people forget about life and death and take risks. If the benefits could reach 100 times, many people would be willing to do it even if they knew that they might die. Now Agar Dorji was blinded by the benefits. Or rather, he had no better way to solve the problem he was facing. It seemed that only by taking down the origin city, and taking the silver there could the army be stabilized again. Once he occupied the origin city, he would have a foothold and could walk out of the current difficulties. There were so many benefits that even with Yeshin's reminder, Agar Dorji still decided to take the risk. After making a decision, he summoned his son and 2 of his generals to discuss the matter of attacking the origin city. Agar Dorji still had some tricks up his sleeves. When his brother was not under his command, he had won over some capable generals. For example, Lumek, who had died in the previous battle, and Suhi and Gulang, who were now summoned. Suhi was a general who was praised by the great Khan of Tuachuobuhua. His name was translated into Chinese and meant axe. In fact, after this person went to the battlefield, he was indeed like a sharp axe. He had cut down countless enemies. This time, when the 3 of them were summoned, the first person Agar Dorji asked was Suhi. General Su, I'm going to attack the origin city. There are piles of gold and silver there, as well as strong city walls. Many people have gathered there. If we can occupy that place, they will all become our slaves. By then, we can use them to create more wealth for the army. We will not have to worry about food and clothing. Our cavalry will trample the entire grassland and dominate the area. Agar Dorji outlined a beautiful picture of the future. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. His son, Hararuo, was so excited that little stars appeared in front of his eyes. He seemed to see groups of beautiful women and piles of gold and silver in front of him for him to choose from. General Gulang's eyes also revealed a yearning look. He was very tempted. However, Suhi, who was asked in the tent, was calm and was not excited by these words. General Suhi, what do you think? The most important thing was Suhi's ability. Seeing that the other party did not express his opinion, Agar Dorji could not help but ask anxiously. Suhi, who was asked, still did not answer immediately. Instead, after thinking carefully in his mind, he slowly said, Sir, as far as I know, the war god is in the origin city. He's an existence that even Yeshen is afraid of. Can we go and find trouble with him? Why not? We've already asked around. The war god only has less than 15,000 cavalrymen under him. We do have 45,000 cavalrymen, which is 3 times the number of the enemy. This battle can be fought, Hararuo said. It could be seen that he was a little dissatisfied with Suhi's cautiousness. Yes, I think we can fight too. So what if he's the war god? After all, this is the grassland. In the end, it depends on whose war horse is faster and whose saber is sharper. Gulang also spoke, expressing his thoughts of supporting the battle. Out of the 4 people in the tent, 3 of them had now expressed their opinions. They all supported attacking the origin city. Suhi knew that no matter whether he agreed or not, this battle had to go on. He had to nod and said, Well, I respect everyone's opinions. But we can fight, but we still need to consider how to fight. Okay, then let's discuss who will be the vanguard and how to fight. Seeing that Suhi also agreed, Agar Dorji was overjoyed and set the tone. In the following time, the 4 of them discussed for a long time, and finally decided to set the battlefield outside the origin city. After all, they were all cavalrymen, and siege warfare was not their forte. If the battlefield could be set in the vast grassland, they would have a higher chance of winning. Whether it was out of greed or helplessness, Agar Dorji finally decided to take action. All 45,000 cavalrymen were mobilized. They set off early the next morning with an unstoppable momentum and headed to the origin city that was 500 miles away. In the origin city, there was still no news from Agar Dorji. After all, the grassland was too big, and most of it was plains. There was no place to hide, which greatly hindered the movement of the cavalry of the reconnaissance battalion. There was no cover, so they could not get close to the enemy. Naturally, they could not be prepared in advance. It was precisely because he knew this that Yang Chendong had asked the 3 regiments under him to maintain a fighting spirit at all times. They had to be able to come whenever they were summoned, fight whenever they were summoned, and win whenever they fought. The city was still being built in an orderly manner. Another day passed, and the number of people from various races who came to the origin city increased again. It increased by 500 people day by day. Today alone, more than 1,000 people came. and most of them were Mongolian brothers who brought their families. According to the rules of entering the city, they had to register their identity first, and then pay a certain amount of money. After that, they would be arranged to use a house for a month. Finally, different jobs would be arranged according to each person's different conditions. You must carefully screen the body of the person who comes. You must not let a factor of stability appear in the city. Yang Chendong walked on the streets of the origin city. Beside him were Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, and a group of people who were protecting him. Walking in the crowd, the sixth young master spoke from time to time about some things to pay attention to. Yes, we have special people doing the relevant work. Not only do people need to report their real names, but they also need to report the place where they used to live. We have people who will investigate this afterwards. Although I dare not say that there is no problem 100%, for those who have doubts, we have focused on monitoring. Tiger's Mane kept nodding as he reported his work. That's the way it should be. Don't let a piece of rat poop spoil the pot of soup. We can also fully mobilize the people and let them take the initiative to expose those who have bad intentions or have strange behavior. We can give them a certain amount of rewards appropriately. In this way, unless they can pretend to be the same person, they can't escape everyone's eyes. Also, if we can confirm that they are spies sent by other forces, we can also allow them to come in and sneak in. However, they can't live here. We have to let others know of our strength, so that they will be afraid. Yang Chendong also nodded with a smile and gave his own experience and opinions. Chapter 704. Young Master, this is a good order. I'll send someone to pass it on right away. Tiger's Mane's eyes lit up and he remembered this suggestion in his heart. Yang Chendong, who was flattered again, chuckled. But before he could continue to say anything, the commander of the reconnaissance battalion, Su Yunsheng, rode a horse and rushed over from the other side of the street. Although the first city was still under construction, there were rules that cavalries were not allowed to pass through the streets for no reason. However, some people were always exceptions, such as the cavalries who had received military orders, and the brothers of the reconnaissance battalion. The soldiers of the reconnaissance battalion were in contact with the front line of the battlefield intelligence. In order to spread the news at the first possible moment, they naturally had some privileges. Su Yinsheng came riding a horse. This originally indicated that something big must have happened. Everyone stood firm and stopped. The guards even faintly formed a semicircle, closely protecting Yang Chendong. This had already become a habit. If any accident happened, they would have to pay at least several times the price to get close to the sixth young master, who, as soon as the sound came out of Su Yunsheng's mouth, he landed in front of Yang Chendong. After a standard military salute, he said, "Sixth young master, there's an urgent military situation at the front. Inform all the senior officers of the regiments and battalions to have a meeting in the war room." Yang Chendong also became a lot more serious and said with a slightly serious voice, "In the newly built spacious conference room in the first city, in just half an hour, the main cadres of the 4 regiments in the city were gathered here." Looking from afar, a group of military officers could be seen flashing in and out of their seats. The commander of the Guli Regiment, Tiger's Mane, and the deputy commander, Xian Honghai. The commander of the Nuzhen Cavalry Regiment, Yi La, and the deputy commander, Lu Dai. The commander of the 1st Cavalry Regiment, Zhue Feng, the commander of the 1st Battalion, Deng Yu, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, Gao Danhua, and the commander of the 3rd Battalion, Hulu, the commander of the 2nd Cavalry Regiment, Lu Zhua, the commander of the 1st Battalion, Ma Xiangshan, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, Ding Shan, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, Temu and the others were all present. Yang Chendong presided over the meeting, and the reconnaissance battalion commander Su Yunsheng introduced the enemy situation. Su Yunsheng held a slender wooden stick in his hand, drew a line on a huge map hanging high in the meeting room, and said with a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, the scouts in the front have reported that Agadorji is leading 45,000 cavalrymen to the beginning city. According to our investigation, there are about 20,000 elite cavalrymen and 25,000 ordinary cavalrymen. It is estimated that they will arrive at the West River in the west of the beginning city in 3 days, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. After introducing the information, Su Yunxing gave a standard military salute to Yang Chundong and returned to his original seat, waiting for the military order to be issued. After the introduction of the battle report, the discussions of the higher-ranking officers below quickly rang out. It could be seen that everyone's face was filled with excitement. After staying for 50 days, there was finally a battle to be fought. Every one of them was a warmonger. It could be said that their faces were glowing. It seemed that they couldn't wait to appear on the battlefield in the next moment and fight 500 rounds with the enemy. Yang Chundong did not intend to stop everyone from discussing together. On the contrary, he looked at them with interest. He wanted to understand everyone's mentality as soon as possible through observation. To his satisfaction, none of the officers showed any signs of fear or trepidation. The morale of the army could be used. This word popped into Yang Chundong's mind. He knew that even though this battle was going to be tough, it was still a good time for the mercenaries to establish their might. Well, since no one has any objections, then this young master will make the decision. Fight. Does anyone have any questions? No. Sure enough, the voices below were extremely unified. One by one, they opened their mouths and shouted. No one objected. Yang Chundong also stood up and led everyone to the three-dimensional sand table at the side. After that, Yang Chundong, who was waving the stick in his hand, kept waving it. The north side of the beginning city is the north slope. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. We can make a fuss about it. The west side of the West River has just had a heavy rain 2 days ago. The river is rising rapidly, which can be used to stop the enemy's frontal attack. We can also make a fuss about it. The south side of the South Forest is suitable for hiding the army. This time, the number of the enemy's cavalry is 3 times more than ours. It is absolutely impossible to fight head-on. Even if we can defeat the enemy, it will be a Pyrrhic victory in the end. This is our first real battle in the grasslands. We must win, not lose. That's why I ask all the officers and soldiers not to underestimate the enemy. We need everyone to be cautious, kill the enemy bravely on the battlefield, and make a name for ourselves. After training for such a long time, it is finally time for us to perform. Now I order. Swoosh! All the officers above the battalion level straightened their bodies and fixed their eyes on Yang Chundong. Each of them puffed out their chests and expressed their most confident side perfectly. It was as if they were afraid that they would not be able to get the main task if they were not careful. I order. Yang Chundong's mouth kept making sounds. He arranged the military orders one by one. The officers who received the orders nodded their heads. A large net was spread out with the beginning city as the center. Nearly 50,000 cavalrymen under Agadorji came and rode on the vast grassland. Wherever they went, the scattered grassland herdsmen fled. Some of them even had to abandon their sheep pens in order to escape. Along the way, the army had robbed thousands of sheep and horses. Slaughter, slaughter them all. Pass down the order to make a good meal for the warriors to satisfy their hunger. After we take down the beginning city, I will celebrate with everyone. Agadorji ordered in a tone that was used to win over the people's hearts. Then he turned to look at Suhi and his son Hilaruo and asked, the vanguard led by General Glenn should be arriving at the beginning city soon, right? Yes, according to the schedule, he should have arrived at the West River. He should be looking for a tool to cross the river. Suhi replied, and his face continued to darken. He was also the only one who was not optimistic about this battle. During the period of the alliance with Walla and Yeshen, he learned more than once from the other general about their experience with the mercenaries 3 years ago. The more he learned, the more he knew how powerful the mercenaries were. At that time, Walla's troops could be said to have won a great victory. They were all cavalrymen and had an absolute advantage in speed. However, in the face of the mercenaries who were many times smaller than them, they still returned in defeat. Therefore, he did not think that they could take advantage of numbers this time. It was just that they really had no way out now. At present, the closest and most suitable enemy was the mercenaries of the first city. If they wanted to get out of the current predicament, they could only fight with them. As for whether they would win or not, they would do their best and leave it to fate. West River? Very good. I hope General Glenn can find a way to cross the river soon. In this way, our army can go straight in and kill our way to the beginning city. By the way, I also heard that there is still a section of the outer wall in the beginning city that has not been completely built. Our cavalry can kill our way into the city from there. At that time, everything in the city will be ours. Ha ha ha. Agadorji laughed wildly on his horse as if he had already won at this moment. It was as if the mercenaries were at his mercy. The reason why Agadorji was so confident was that the number of his cavalrymen was 3 times that of the other party. He thought in his heart that even if the other party had continuous fire guns, as long as they set up a formation, with the advantage of the cavalry's speed and number, how many people could the other party kill in a short time? Once the other party charged together, it would be the time for them to kill the other party. At that time, the advantage of the cavalry would be maximized, and the victory would still belong to them. There was another point that Agadorji did not mention, and that was that he actually looked down on the Han people. Even if this Han was the loyal duke of the great Ming dynasty, and was known as the god of war, it was still the same. Everyone knew that the people of the grassland ate meat. They killed cows and wolves and were ferocious. Since ancient times, the Han people took farming as their duty. They were loyal and honest and were vegetarians. It was difficult for them to be opponents of the grassland people. Unless there was an emperor of great talent, and a general who had won every battle. Only then could the Han people defeat the people of the grassland. Back then, Zhu Yuanzhang had spent a lot of effort to chase the Mongols back to the Mongolian grassland. Zhu Di's 5 expeditions to the Mongols had only weakened the Mongols. 20 years later, Yeshen defeated the Ming army at the Tumu Castle. If it was not for Yang Qindong's timely intervention, Zhu Qizhen would have been captured alive. Throughout the Ming dynasty had lost more wars than wars with the Mongols. As time passed, the strength of the Ming dynasty also decreased. With these facts in front of him, it was fine for Agadorji to be more confident. Not to mention this time, he had brought 3 times the number of his enemies. However, he did not know that if he exaggerated his advantage and looked down on the other party, it would only cause him to lose even more miserably. It would only cause him to enter a state of no return. This was because he did not take into account the firearms in the hands of the mercenaries. In the cold weapons era, the Mongol cavalry were invincible and conquered the world. Even the Russians were slaves to the Mongols. The Golden Horde had ruled Russia for nearly 300 years. Every time the Russian nobles knelt before the Mongols would burn, kill, and plunder in Russia and commit all kinds of crimes. The Russians were angry, but they did not dare to speak out. The stars changed and the era changed. The Western world entered the era of hot weapons. Guns and cannons were really strong, and a single cannon could kill a large number of cavalry. At the end of the Ming dynasty, Yuan Chonghuan used cannons to kill Nurhasai. The 8 Banners' disciples were like scarecrows in front of Yuan Chonghuan. During the Crow War, the British army only had a few thousand men, and defeated the Qing army of over 1 million. At that time, tens of thousands of Mongol elites led by Grim Chin attacked the British army of a few hundred. What happened? The Mongol cavalry was wiped out, and the British army only lost a few people. In the face of modernity, the Mongols were just a joke. When the Russians were in Vasilyevo, they learned from the West and used guns to conquer Siberia. How could those with knives be a match for those with guns? A few hundred Russians wiped out all the Mongols in Siberia. From then on, Russia became a huge empire that spanned across Asia and Europe. The Qing dynasty ruined the country for 300 years, and when China needed strength the most, it weakened. Chapter 705. This was the power of the flintlock in actual combat. Of course, the flintlock was not omnipotent. As long as the soldiers were united and did not fear death, it was not impossible to turn the situation around. But the problem was, what kind of fighting spirit would be needed to achieve this? At least, Agadorji could not do it. Fortunately, Yang Qindong, who was regarded as his enemy, did not intend to defend the city. He also wanted to use this opportunity to train his cavalry and decided to fight outside the city. And if he was willing to defend and not come out of the city, then not to mention the 50,000 cavalry, even if another 50,000 cavalry came, they would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. The advantage of the flintlock was more in defense, especially when facing fast cavalry. Attacking was equivalent to giving up most of one's advantages. But Yang Chendong still wanted to do this, which in itself proved that he was confident in the strength of his cavalry. Perhaps in his opinion, even if the cavalry charged, even if they used the most primitive method, his mercenaries were the strongest in the world. Of course, Yang Chendong only wanted to use this opportunity to train his cavalry. He did not really want to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He knew very well when to use the most primitive method to fight. For example, in the West River War Zone, he used the flintlock to fight against Gulang and his 5,000 enemy cavalry. Gulang obtained the qualification of the Vanguard General. This did not mean that he was brave and good at fighting, but because Suhi did not fight for it and did not care about it. In the end, he was just a touchstone, a stepping stone to test the strength of the mercenaries. In front of the mercenaries, Gulang became a whetstone, but he did not know it. After hearing the news and making arrangements, Glenn led 5,000 cavalrymen to the West River and saw the mercenary army stationed on the other side of the river. This was the independent regiment led by Tiger's Mane. A regiment had 16 battalions, which made them far more powerful than an ordinary regiment or even a division. Both sides looked at each other across the river. Facing such a powerful opponent, Gulang sneered and began to arrange the cavalry to find trees and make rafts to prepare to cross the river. As a Mongolian from the grasslands, Gulang did not think much of the 6,000 enemies in front of him. He noticed that the other party's camp was still 3 miles away from the river, and if he could cross the river on a raft at the first moment, he could even kill his way to the front of the enemy through the West River. It was very possible for him to obtain a good start by catching them off guard. General, our cavalrymen have tested it out. There are 2 sections where the riverbed is relatively high, and the water flow isn't that strong. We should be able to cross the river directly, a Chiliarch reported in an agitated voice as he arrived beside Gulang. What? Glenn, who was riding a horse by the river and looking at the enemy's camp, suddenly heard this and his eyes widened. General, I've already found a suitable place to cross the river. As long as we execute it well, we might be able to catch them off guard. The Chiliarch continued in an excited manner. Gulang also became more agitated. His body even trembled slightly. Is what you said true? The riverbed is really not high, and war horses can gallop freely? Yes, some of our brothers have lived here since young. I heard them say that when they were young, they tried to cross the river on horseback. They know where the riverbed is higher and suitable for cavalrymen. Just now, they intentionally tried it and found that there were no changes. It seems that this secret is only known by the locals. The mercenaries have just arrived and are oppressing the people of the grasslands. It is reasonable that they do not know about this. This time, not only did the Chiliarch reveal the source of the information, he also helped to analyze the weaknesses of the mercenaries. When Gulang heard all of this, he could not help but nod his head. Good, the heavens are really watching over us. Haha, since that is the case, make the arrangements. We will cross the river at night and catch them off guard. Yes, General, the Chiliarch said excitedly. If he could win this battle, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to him making a great contribution. At this moment, neither of them had the intention to send someone to inform Sir Agar Dorji, who was waiting for news at the rear. Perhaps in their eyes, any bold words were far less effective than the truth. Or perhaps they were worried that if they reported this matter, His Excellency would send someone else to carry out this mission, just like how he might send his disappointing son, Hilaruo, to lead the army. If that was the case, wouldn't all their previous efforts be wasted? Without informing anyone, Gulang gathered some of the Chiliarchs in the army to discuss the plan for the night. Although the riverbed was higher, and they could cross the river without the use of wooden rafts, they would still have to cross the river. But after all, they were walking in muddy water. It was said that the high water level could even submerge the legs of the horses. Under such conditions, It was best to carry as little as possible, so that the horses could move faster and achieve an unexpected effect. Pass down the order. Except for the necessary sabers, throw everything else on this side of the river. When we attack the beginning city, we will have all kinds of good things. Why would we care about throwing away these things? Gulang made a decision in a very generous manner. Facing this decision, no one refuted it. Perhaps the moment everyone knew that they could cross the river on horseback, they had already determined that this victory would belong to them. However, if they had heard the historical story of the drowning of the 7 armies, they would not be so optimistic. In the independent regiment's barracks 3 miles away from the shore of the West River, Regiment Commander Tiger Mane was imitating the young master and staring at a simple sand table in front of him. In front of him stood a battalion commander who was reporting the enemy's movements. Commander, as expected, the other party didn't go looking for a wooden raft. Instead, they set up camp and started cooking. It seems that they have fallen into our trap. When the battalion commander said this, he was a little agitated and his eyes were a little bright. Of course, they will fall into a trap. This is the plan that the young master came up with. Tiger Mane said confidently. Then he seemed to be worried and asked, "Have the upper echelons of the West River made any arrangements? As soon as the signal flare rises into the sky, they must open the floodgates and release the water." Regiment Commander, please rest assured. Deputy Regiment Commander Xian Honghai is carrying out the mission over there. There will be no problem. That's good. Tell the soldiers to get some rest and prepare to catch the fish at night. Once again, Hu Meng's eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence. In his eyes, the 5,000 cavalrymen were already fish in the net and food on the plate. Both sides had their own arrangements and were waiting for the sky to turn dark. At the end of July, the days were long and the nights were short. The sky also turned dark late. It was not until 9 o'clock at night that the sky turned completely dark. Finally, Gulang's side began to move. Under the cover of the night, Gulang's cavalrymen began to divide into 2 groups and entered the West River. Following the route that they had chosen beforehand, the cavalrymen entered the water one by one like dumplings. The sound of splashing could be heard endlessly. Be careful. Don't alert the enemy. Also, don't light any torches. Don't let others discover our movements. Some of the centurions reprimanded the cavalrymen in a low voice. Then they entered the river with a cautious look. Their movements were indeed very careful. Little did they know that there was a type of telescope called the night vision device that had already seen their every move. These pitiful cavalrymen still thought that what they were doing was undetectable. As a matter of fact, every step was seen clearly by the other party. Regiment Commander, the enemy has begun to move. A soldier whispered to Tiger Mane beside a mound of dirt. As the regiment commander of an independent regiment, how could Tiger Mane be at ease if he did not see such a big event with his own eyes? Therefore, he personally came this time and saw the enemy cavalryman enter the river with his own eyes. At this moment, all the worries in his heart turned into shadows. No rush. Let's wait until their main force enters the middle of the river before opening the floodgates. Hee, it will be very exciting when that time comes. Tiger Mane's voice was filled with relaxation and satisfaction. The West River was about 300 feet wide. Due to the climate and the environment, the water supply was only sufficient during the summer rainy season. However, the distance of nearly 100 meters in the water was enough for them to walk for a while. In order to achieve the goal of catching the enemy off guard, Gulang did not make any moves. Glenn didn't have any intention of probing and decided to send his entire army in. After calculating the exact location of the 2 higher riverbeds, he sent all of his cavalrymen forward. It could be seen that this time he was determined to break through to the other side of the river and deal a heavy blow to the mercenaries there. More and more cavalrymen entered the river. If one looked carefully, it seemed that everything was going smoothly. Although the deepest part of the river was already below the hooves of the war horses, the people were still fine. Since they were already prepared, the cavalrymen all held their riding boots in their hands. Even if their feet were a little wet, it did not affect them much. The first cavalrymen were already less than 20 meters away from the shore. The river began to lower again, and the army behind continued to press forward. Finally, when the first cavalryman had already leaped onto the shore, the rest of the cavalrymen entered the river. Even General Gulang himself entered the river under the protection of a few soldiers. Fire the signal flare. Seeing that all the enemies had entered the trap, Tiger Mane, who was hiding on the other side of the river, finally gave the order to attack. A soldier of the independent regiment beside him immediately took out the signal flare that he had prepared beforehand and fired it into the dark sky. Bang! A loud gunshot broke the silence of the night. It also broke the shackles of darkness in the dark night. What replaced it was a bright light that flashed in midair, as sudden and bright as the appearance of a meteor. Chapter 706. What's going on? Out of instinct, all the cavalrymen in the river and on the shore couldn't help but look up. They couldn't understand why such a bright white light would suddenly appear in the darkness. What was going on? Could it be that the gods had manifested? The white light slowly flew up to the sky, but when it reached a certain height, it finally started to fall slowly. It was really like a meteor, falling in midair. Then, the land returned to darkness. Although the white light wasn't there, for some reason, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Naturally, they didn't know that this was a signal flare. This meant that the mercenaries were about to launch an all-out attack. However, their intuition told them that this sudden appearance wasn't a good sign. Once the bad feeling appeared, it was quickly confirmed. First, there was a slightly anxious but indescribable sound that resounded in their ears. The sound was very soft at the beginning, but it became very clear later on. It became louder and louder, until it couldn't be stopped. Not good. There were some people in the crowd who knew how to swim, and had lived by the river since they were young. Their expressions changed drastically as they suddenly shouted, "It's the sound of the river rushing. We've fallen into a trap. The upstream river must have been blocked before, and now the sluice gate is suddenly opened. Quick, let's rush to the other side of the river. Quick. Quick, rush over and we'll live. Otherwise, we'll definitely die if we stay in the water. Quickly rush to the other side of the river. Quick." Obviously, more than one person understood this principle. The sound of the flowing water became louder and louder, and finally, all kinds of shouts were heard. However, because there were too many people shouting, they couldn't hear clearly. Those who understood naturally urged their horses forward with all their might. Those who couldn't hear clearly were still stunned. They looked around blankly, as if they were still waiting for an explanation. Hua, hua, hua. The sound of the flowing water was finally getting closer. The most direct reaction was that the water that could only submerge the hooves of the war horses suddenly reached the waist of the war horses. Then it submerged the entire war horses. Even the cavalrymen on the war horses tilted and fell into the river with a splash. Such a scene happened more and more. Many soldiers who couldn't react in time fell into the river in fear. In such a turbulent river in the middle of the night, even some of the soldiers who were good at swimming would not be spared. Not to mention that many of the cavalrymen's feet were still attached to the stirrups of their horses, greatly hindering their movements. The moment the war horses were washed away by the river, it was already an indication of how many cavalrymen had fallen into the death trap. Under the pressure of death, more and more cavalrymen unleashed their potential and rushed to the other side of the river. It was less than 100 meters away, but at this moment, it was as if a chasm had appeared in front of them, making them feel as if they were so close yet so far away. Even the cavalrymen who were lucky enough to reach the shore weren't safe. On the contrary, after they had exhausted all their strength to reach the other side, what awaited them was a series of arrows that rained down on them. Under such an indiscriminate barrage of arrows, it was difficult for anyone to truly survive. A few lucky people rode on their war horses and broke through the rain. Just as they were about to reach the soldiers of the independent regiment who had been waiting for them, hundreds of loaded muskets were waiting for them. They were waiting for the scene of their bodies turning into a hornet's nest. Glenn's luck wasn't bad. He had just entered the river when he realized that the situation wasn't right. Under the protection of a few bodyguards, he retreated. He was one of the lucky ones among the 5,000. When the river suddenly rose under artificial control, his face turned pale and he kept repeating, "It's over, it's over, it's all over." Out of the 5,000 cavalrymen, only he and his 8 bodyguards managed to escape. The other brothers either died in the water or under the strong bows and muskets of the mercenaries. From the beginning to the end, they didn't even see the enemy's figure clearly. From the beginning to the end, they didn't even have the chance to brandish their sabers and fight with the enemy. 5,000 cavalrymen were finished just like that. "General, let's retreat quickly. It won't be long before the enemy arrives on the wooden raft." "It'll be difficult to retreat then," the 8 bodyguards said with ugly expressions. The scene before them also made them feel a lingering fear. However, they couldn't think too much about it. Leaving this place as soon as possible was the most important thing. "All right, retreat, retreat." Translator. WQL Editor. Alim. Although Glenn was very reluctant, and even wanted to take another look, he knew that there was no need for the 9 of them to stay here any longer. It was better to report the situation truthfully. When the time came, he could accept his fate. Glenn escaped. Not long after he left with his 8 bodyguards, the deputy commander of the independent regiment, Xian Honghai, arrived with a battalion of 400 cavalrymen. They first opened the sluice and released the water. Then, they rushed upstream to the shallowest side of the river. They didn't find a single enemy cavalryman. Instead, they saw all sorts of supplies thrown on the ground. Among them were many sabers, scabbards, quivers, and other combat equipment. These were the supplies that Glenn and the others had temporarily thrown down to reduce their weight. "Haha, we didn't come here for nothing. Pick up all these things and bring them back." Xian Honghai laughed loudly. The battle was nearing its end. After the investigation, other than Glenn, who took 8 bodyguards with him when he escaped, the other 4,991 cavalrymen were mostly dead. Among them, about 600 people rushed to the other side of the river, but all of them died under the arrows and bullets. As for the other 4,000 people, at least half of them became water ghosts in the West River. They couldn't be more dead than they were. Only a few lucky ones who were good at swimming managed to escape. Sigh. If it wasn't for the urgency of the situation and the enemy's main forces arriving tomorrow, I really couldn't bear to see so many warhorses get washed away. What a pity. The commander of the independent regiment, Tiger's Mane, was still lamenting. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Clean up the battlefield. Throw the enemy's corpses into the holes we dug long ago. Chop off their heads and make them into statues. Bring the warhorses back to the city. Hurry up and deal with everything." The moment Yang Chendong set up the plan to drown the enemy, the fate of the 5,000 cavalrymen seemed to have been decided. They didn't know that Yang Chendong was the best at dealing with the people. One of the things he often did was to understand the customs and habits of the people when he arrived at a place. How could he not know the structure of the bottom of the West River? This time, he intentionally intercepted the flow of the river in advance to create an illusion that the enemy could cross the river. The facts also proved that the enemy was fooled, and they had to pay the price in blood and lives. Tiger's Mane led the independent regiment to successfully finish the first battle. They killed 5,000 enemies without losing a single person, and seized countless war supplies. When they entered the city at dawn, they were treated like heroes who had returned. The people in the beginning city spontaneously came to both sides of the streets to celebrate and cheer. They already knew that Agadorji was going to bring 50,000 cavalrymen to attack the beginning city. The grassland people who knew this person were naturally afraid. They didn't think that this person's arrival would bring them any good luck. They were worried about whether the mercenaries could successfully defend the city and continue the beautiful life that had just begun. Now that they had such a beautiful opening battle with the independent regiment, they could finally put down their worries a little. On the streets of the beginning city, in front of more than 10,000 people, Yang Chendong personally came out to welcome them. He also ordered people to bring 5 carriages of gold and silver treasures. These were all rewards for the soldiers of the independent regiment who had performed meritorious deeds. Yang Chendong also announced on the streets that no matter who it was, No matter what race they were, as long as they sincerely joined the mercenaries and performed well on the battlefield, they would be rewarded. They would have the possibility of being promoted and becoming a general to bring honor to their ancestors. Facts spoke louder than words. When the 5 carriages of shining gold and silver were placed on the streets and given to the officers of the independent regiment in front of everyone, the surrounding 10,000 people were deeply stimulated. Among them, there were some warriors who had participated in tribal wars or fought against the grassland bandits for their own safety. However, because there was no one to report to, because there were too many concerns, because they didn't receive rewards for their meritorious deeds, and so on, they chose to leave their original army and become ordinary people again. However, they were still grassland warriors in their bones. They didn't join the army and didn't join any side. It wasn't that they didn't dare to do it or didn't want to do it. It was because they didn't want to. It was because they didn't think that the people they should work for had appeared, or they felt that their efforts couldn't be proportional to what they received. But now, Yang Chendong gave them a vivid lesson, letting them know that there was such an army in the world. As long as they performed meritorious deeds, they would receive sufficient rewards. Now they only had to consider whether their own abilities were enough. Do you still want people? Finally, some people in the crowd who were unwilling and moved asked a question that many people wanted to ask. That depends on the situation. Just go to the recruitment office in the city and ask. Beta Persei's loud voice came in handy. He, who had long received Yang Chendong's instructions, took the initiative to speak loudly at this moment. His voice quickly spread among the people. It didn't take long for everyone to know about this matter. Some people were also eager to give it a try. They wanted to wait for the war to end. If the mercenaries could really prove that they could defeat an enemy several times their number, then they would consider joining this army and fight for a future for their future and their descendants. Chapter 707. Yang Chendong saw all of this. This was also the reason why he threw out gold and silver on the street. Although raising an army required food and gold and silver, the more troops there were, the heavier the burden. In the current situation, he didn't have any plans to recruit soldiers, but it didn't stop him from preparing early. This way, if he needed soldiers, there would be an endless supply of backup troops for him to choose from. Originally, although the independent regiment's mission was completed beautifully, they opened the floodgates and unleashed continuous attacks with bows and arrows. In fact, this battle wasn't dangerous at all, but he still wanted to praise them with great fanfare. It was for the sake of buying horse bones with 1,000 gold. Now it seemed that it was effective. On the way back to the largest city lord mansion in the beginning city, he chuckled and said to Zhui Feng, Lu Zhua, Yi La, and the other commanders, "Did you see that? Many of the people below have the intention to join the army. So, you can fight the next few battles without worry. Once there are any losses, I will give you the number of new soldiers no matter how many warriors you lose. I will ensure the integrity of your organization. Just give it your all." Yes, sixth young master. Zhui Feng and the others all cupped their fists and said respectfully. The last worry was gone. Even if the army was crippled, it could be quickly replenished. What was there to be afraid of? Next, they just had to give it their all. Compared to the excitement of the mercenaries, the Tatars were furious. Their angry shouts could be heard clearly from tens of feet away from the tent. You lost just like that. How can you still have the face to come back? Why didn't you die in the West River? Do you know that you brought 5,000 cavalrymen? 5,000 cavalrymen. You all died in less than an hour. How can you still have the face to come back? How can you still have the face to come back? Men, drag Gulang out and behead him to show our military might. Father, don't be angry, don't be angry. Another slightly younger voice sounded. Yes, please calm down. Horses can stumble. Victory and defeat are common on the battlefield. Besides, it's inauspicious to kill a general in the middle of a battle. Please give General Gulang a chance to redeem himself. Another calm voice sounded. Needless to say, the one who was angry was Agar Dorji. The next to speak were his son, Hilaruo, and another tiger general, Su He. After being persuaded by his son and his subordinates, Agar Dorji knew that he couldn't kill them. Otherwise, it would only disappoint everyone. Most importantly, the enemy was right in front of them, and they needed people. Not only was it inauspicious to kill a general before the battle, he couldn't find a general more capable than Gulang. He thought to himself, although Glenn is responsible for his negligence in this battle, isn't it because the enemy was too arrogant and took the initiative to set a trap? Even if it wasn't Gulang this time, if it was someone else, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't fall into the trap. Forcibly gasping for a few breaths, Agadorji looked at Gulang, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear, and said angrily, "Fine, this time, Suhi and Hararo pleaded for you, so I'll spare your life for now. However, you have to redeem yourself. If you make any mistakes, you will be executed without mercy." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Gulang knocked his head on the ground like he was pounding garlic, and the cold sweat on his head finally disappeared a lot. Gulang was defeated, and his 5,000 cavalrymen were all dead. This was equivalent to a wake-up call for Agar Dorji. Facing such a powerful opponent like the mercenaries, he had to put away all his tricks and luck. Next, he had to fight a proper battle and defeat the enemy head-on. Thinking about it, he now had more than twice the number of the enemy. Even if he fought them head-on, there was nothing to fear. Pass down the order. The army will rest for a day. Tomorrow morning, we will head to the West River. I want to see what tricks the enemy has that can stop our army from advancing. Agar Dorji finally gave the final word and shook the drums. There wasn't much time left before dawn. When the sun rose, the army set out, and it only took them 4 hours to reach the West River. Compared to last night, the river here had become a lot more turbulent. What was more striking was that on the opposite side of the river, there was a statue made up of about 600 skulls. It seemed to be narrating the tragic battle that had happened here last night. Agar Dorji glared angrily at the human skulls on the other side of the river. He clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "Mercenaries, when we defeat you, we will definitely build an even bigger skulls and let everyone know what the consequences of angering us are. Men, test the river." As soon as the order was given, the soldiers who were good at swimming began to try to cross the river. However, in the face of the turbulent river after several failed attempts, it was announced that the idea of crossing the West River would not work. At least, they shouldn't think about it for the next few days. "Sir, the sluice gate of the upstream river has been opened. It is obviously impossible to cross from here. It is better to find another way." Seeing that the army stopped here and faced the statue that was still emitting the smell of blood, the longer they stayed, the lower the morale of the army would be. Suhi had no choice but to stand up. "General Su, do you have any good ideas?" Agar Dorji asked calmly. "Sir, if we want to get close to the origin city now, there are only 3 ways. First, we can go around the north side and enter from the north slope. Second, we can build a raft and cross the West River by force. Third, we can go around the south side and rush to the south gate of the origin city from the southern forest." Suhi, who said the 3 methods in one breath, caused Agar Dorji to nod. This was what a brave general should do. He would not be like his son, Hararo, and General Gulang, who could only look at the river and sigh. Seeing that Agar Dorji nodded in approval of his suggestion, Suhi continued, "It is not advisable to cross the river with a raft. Who knows what kind of reaction the mercenaries will have if we build a raft here? If they attack us with arrows halfway, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. As for the north slope, the terrain there is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is also not suitable for cavalry to attack. Only the southern forest in the south is suitable for an ambush. However, as long as we are prepared and the area is in a vast location, we can still fight. Of course, how to decide, sir? Please make the decision." After analyzing everything, Suhi was able to hold his own. In the end, he still gave the choice to Agar Dorji. Such a capable and sensible subordinate would naturally win the favor of his superiors. At this moment, Agar Dorji's expression became much better after hearing these words. "General Su is right. Then, according to you, we should go through the southern forest? If this subordinate can think of this, then the mercenaries must have thought of this as well. Therefore, we still need to listen to Sir's final decision." Suhi held his fist and said, His words reminded Agar Dorji of something. Yes, all of this analysis seemed to be correct, but how could the mercenaries not know? It was not hard to imagine that the mercenaries would definitely ambush a large number of cavalry in the southern forest to attack him. If that was the case, how should he deal with it? All of a sudden, everyone stopped moving, and the surroundings fell into a state of silence. Gulang, who was in the middle of this, blinked his eyes continuously. Then, as if he had thought of something, he whispered, "Sir, this subordinate has something to say, but I don't know if it is appropriate." "Speak." When Agar Dorji was at his wit's end, the general below had a suggestion. Of course, he had to listen to it. It was time for Gulang to perform meritorious deeds. If there was a chance to perform meritorious deeds again, of course, he would not hide anything. After getting permission, he said, "Sir, this subordinate thinks like this. After all, the number of mercenaries in the first city is limited. Although they have the geographical advantage, if we can divide our troops and attack from several directions, I think it will inevitably lead them to divide their troops as well. In this way, the strength of their attack on us will be much weaker. Moreover, once we divide our forces, not only will their threat to us be reduced to the minimum, even if something happens and we lose one of our routes, at least the other two routes will be safe, and we will still have the possibility of taking down the first city." This makes sense. As if suddenly enlightened, Agar Dorji felt his eyes lit up at this moment. Yes, his advantage was that he had more troops, which was the weakness of the other party. If he was willing to divide his troops, it would be equivalent to forcing the other party to divide their troops. In this way, wouldn't the advantage be in his hands? Thinking of this, Agar Dorji seemed to see hope. He first laughed and then said, "Yes, isn't the enemy's troops small? If that's the case, we will immediately divide our troops and force the other party to divide their troops. In this way, the advantage will be in my hands. Well, let's do it this way. If Hala comes out, where is my son? I will give you 5,000 cavalrymen. Immediately build a raft, and look for an opportunity to cross the river. Remember, if there is a chance, cross it. If there is no chance, stay here and delay the other party. General Gulang, I will give you 10,000 cavalrymen to go to the north slope. If there is a chance, break through. If there is no chance, find a way to restrain the other party. Once you find that the other party's soldiers guarding the slope have retreated, it will be the time for us to succeed. At that time, you can send troops to attack the north slope and go straight to the north gate of the first city. General Sugu, you and I will lead 25,000 cavalrymen to the southern forest. With the advantage of our military strength, even if we meet them, they will not have as many soldiers as we do. When the time comes, we will see General's elegance on the battlefield." "Yes, sir." For a moment, the three generals who were named nodded and agreed. The three of them did not raise any objections to this division of labor. Hala's ability was the worst, and he was Agar Dorji's son. Finding a way to cross the river was the safest route. It was the most appropriate place to guard. Gulang's ability was the second best. Guarding the north slope, he could attack and defend. The possibility of accidents would also be much lower. The arrangement could be said to be appropriate. As for Suhi, who was the strongest, he was arranged to go with Agar Dorji. He would lead the most troops and be the main force to threaten the first city. It was the most appropriate arrangement. Chapter 708. Finally, the 40,000-strong army was divided into 3 groups, and then they left. In an instant, only 5,000 Tatar cavalrymen were left in front of the West River. Everything that happened here was also discovered by the reconnaissance battalion cavalrymen on the other side of the river. They quickly reported it. The enemy divided their forces? Very good. Yang Chendong was not anxious when he heard the news. Instead, he laughed loudly. This was the same as what he and the other officers had imagined. Facing the first city that seemed to be full of loopholes, the enemy seemed to want to attack from multiple angles. This was exactly what Yang Chendong wanted. If the enemy combined their forces, no matter where they chose to attack, they would have to pay a high price to stop them. After all, This was 40,000 cavalrymen. The 3 divisions of the Cold Vanguard Division, who were the best at guns, were not here. It was impossible to win without paying a price with the Type 81 rifles of the Independent Regiment. However, if the enemy divided their forces, it would be different. This was equivalent to the enemy dividing their powerful fist into several parts. This would give them a chance to defeat them one by one. Dispatch the reconnaissance battalion. Be prepared to kill all the enemy scouts who are responsible for communicating with each other. When the time is up, they are not allowed to communicate with each other. The other battalions will carry out the plan according to the previous plan. Everyone go and make your preparations. Not long after Yang Qindong's voice fell, the meeting room that was full of officers quickly became quiet again. Yang Qindong once again walked in front of the sand table to confirm if there were any loopholes in his military plan. According to the first plan, the deputy commander of the Independent Regiment, Xian Honghai, led 6 battalions to the West River and set up a formation there. Whenever the enemy tried to cross the river, they would attack across the river and kill the Tatar cavalrymen halfway across the river. Because they were on wooden rafts, there was no space to dodge. Once the arrows came, they could only let the arrows fall on their bodies. After 2 consecutive attempts to cross the river, not only did they not succeed, but they also lost hundreds of cavalrymen. Too despicable. Hilario stood on the riverbank and said angrily as he watched the mercenaries launch their arrows. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. After all, the river was nearly 100 meters wide, which was the limit of the bow and arrow. Even if he wanted to use the bow and arrow to suppress it, he couldn't do it. On the other hand, the moment his cavalry crossed the river, it would be equivalent to entering the enemy's firing range. It would be strange if they weren't attacked. Let's wait for a while. I don't believe that they won't run out of arrows. Once the other 2 armies achieve victory, the enemy will have no choice but to retreat back into the city. At that time, it will be time for us to cross the river and attack. One of the 1,000-man commanders said to Hilario in an encouraging manner. Looks like that's the only way. Hilario nodded. The mission his father gave him was the safest. If there was an opportunity, they would attack. If there was no opportunity, they would just stay here and exhaust the enemy. As long as they could cause the enemy to leave some troops here, it could be considered a victory. After comforting himself, Hilario gave the order that no one was allowed to attack before the enemy split up their forces. Everyone just had to wait and use this opportunity to conserve their strength. Once they found an opportunity, they would charge across the river and kill the enemy. Reporting to 6th Young Master, the enemy on the other side of the river has indeed become much more obedient. After waiting for one more day, we can consider withdrawing as planned. Vice Commander Xian Honghai said to the soldier beside him with a smile as he watched the performance of Hilario and the others through the binoculars. At the same time, General Gulang had no choice but to give the same order after charging twice. Facing them was a strengthened group of mercenary cavalry, a total of 3,200 people. It was enough to achieve the effect of winning with fewer troops. General Gulang, who led 10,000 troops, couldn't find a chance to win. He had no choice but to place his hopes on the mercenaries to take the initiative to retreat. When the pressure from the front decreased, it would naturally be the time for him to wait for an opportunity to attack. Regardless of whether it was the West River or the North Slope, such a situation had occurred within Yang Qindong's expectations. Due to the topography of these 2 places, he was not worried at all. Only the southern forest, due to the topography, was the most important battlefield. The performance there would directly affect the overall situation. Beta Persei, inform the guards to gather. We will go to the southern forest to take a look. The plan was set. There was no point in staying in the command center. Yang Qindong wanted to personally go to the front line and see what kind of strength the so-called Tatar cavalry had on the battlefield. Southern Forest. The 20,000 Tatar elites led by Agar Dorje were already prepared for the charge of 10,000 cavalry. In order to achieve the purpose of killing the enemy, General Su He took the order to become the vanguard general. He led 10,000 cavalrymen and was ready to rush here at any time, enter the beginning city, and even attack the city. Just opposite the main Tatar cavalry, The Nuzan cavalry regiment with 3,000 people also lined up in a battle formation, ready to fight at any time. Although they had fewer people in terms of numbers, they were not weaker than their opponents in terms of momentum. This was not only because the Nuzan cavalry regiment had won many battles since its establishment and was in an excellent state, but also because they knew that there were no less than 6,000 people lying in ambush in the nearby southern forest. They could support them on the battlefield at any time. In fact, the 10 battalions of the independent regiment had a total of 4,000 people. Among them, there were 2 battalions of musketeers holding Type 81 guns. In addition, the 2,000 people under the 2nd Cavalry Regiment Lujua were lying in ambush here, ready to support at any time. According to the plan, whether or not they could block the main force of the Tatar army at the southern forest would determine whether or not the first plan could be carried out smoothly. If they could not even block the main force of the enemy, then they could only retreat to the beginning city, and the trap they set for the enemy would no longer be useful. Suhi was riding on a valiant warhorse, wearing a suit of armor to protect the important parts of his body as much as possible. His eyes were bright and full of expression as he stared at the enemy cavalry. He revealed a fierce gaze, and from time to time he would glance at the southern forest, which seemed to have millions of soldiers lying in ambush, proving that he was very worried in his heart. It was completely different from the calmness and confidence he showed. The southern forest was suitable for hiding a large number of ambushing troops, which anyone could see. But the problem was how many enemy troops were lying in ambush here. According to the information sent by the fast horse scout just now, more than 2,000 mercenaries were found in front of the West River, and at least 3,000 enemy cavalry were found on the north slope. So there should be less than 10,000 mercenaries left, but there were only 3,000 enemy cavalry in front of him. Where did the remaining 6,000 or 7,000 mercenaries go? Would they be lying in ambush in the southern forest, waiting for him to lead the main force to charge up, and then suddenly attack from the side? If that was the case, how much confidence did he have in winning? In other words, how much support could Agar Dorji give him at the critical moment? Would he be able to lead the remaining 10,000 Tatar cavalry to help him? Suhi did not have much confidence in this point, not because of anything else, but because he knew Lord Agar Dorji too well. In order to achieve his goals, this person would often use unscrupulous means. In other words, in order to win, he was even willing to risk his son, Har Dorji, not to mention that he was only a general under Lord Agar Dorji. He was an existence that could be sacrificed at any time. Because he knew the general too well, Suhi was unable to fight with all his strength. After thinking about it again and again, he decided that he could not send out 10,000 cavalry all at once. Since the enemy only sent out 3,000 cavalry, he could send out 5,000 cavalry to probe the enemy. Men, send out 5,000 cavalry vanguards. We must break through the enemy cavalry's obstruction. After making up his mind, Suhi gave the order as the vanguard commander. The bugle horn sounded, and 10,000 horses galloped forward, kicking up clouds of dust as they galloped forward. 5,000 elite Tatar cavalry sounded the horn to charge. They shouted loudly in their own language and charged forward. Looking from afar, it was as if the autumn wind was sweeping away the fallen leaves, sweeping over everything. The enemy has started to charge. Tell the brothers not to be nervous. Let the muskets exhaust them first. The commander of the Nuzan cavalry, Yella, held the reins of his warhorse and said while suppressing the excited neighs of his warhorse. As a result, the 3,000 Nuzan cavalry did not move. They only stared at the incoming enemy, occasionally glancing at Yella. Once the commander gave the order to charge, they would rush out as fast as possible to accomplish their mission. What's going on? Why didn't he send out all 10,000 cavalry? Why did he only send out half of them? What is Suhi doing? At the back of the Tatar cavalry, Agar Dorj said with displeasure when he saw that they only sent out 5,000 cavalry. After saying this, Agar Dorj thought of something. He knew that Suhi did not trust him. It was as if he was afraid that Agar Dorj would not save him if he was surrounded. This made Agar Dorj a little unhappy. He actually dared to disobey his orders. It seemed that after this battle, he would have to teach the other party a lesson. Back on the battlefield, the 5,000 Tatar cavalry began their charge. The enemy was only 3 li away from each other. With the neighing of the war horses, this short distance would take less than a quarter of an hour to reach the enemy. Seeing that the mercenaries didn't move an inch even after she sent out the cavalry, Suhi had a bad feeling about this. Most of the time, intuition on the battlefield was very scary. As soon as Suhi's uneasy feeling came out, it came true. She saw that the originally quiet Nanlin forest suddenly burst with the sound of fire guns, like firecrackers, continuous and endless. Chapter 709. Looking at the charging 5,000 Tatar cavalry, the charging formation was in chaos. Then, one after another, the cavalry fell off their horses. One after another, the strong war horses became ownerless. They stopped in front of their owners and lowered their heads, as if saying, "Get up, I'm still waiting for you to lead me into battle." It's the mercenaries' muskets. Seeing this scene, Suhi reacted and his heart sank. Although he already knew this before the battle, Suhi was still shocked when he saw the power of the muskets. He calculated that this wave of attack alone killed about 1,000 cavalry. This greatly reduced the number of cavalry on both sides, making his advantage infinitely smaller. Kill. The remaining 4,000 Tatar cavalry finally broke through the blockade of the muskets with the help of the speed of the horses, allowing them to come within a mile of the Nuzan cavalry. Prepare the bows and arrows. Charge with me. Seeing that the enemy was seriously injured, Yella laughed and then reached out to block the strongbow hanging on his horse. He shouted and urged his horse to charge. The other 3,000 Nuzan cavalry soldiers who couldn't wait for a long time followed suit, and took out their bows and arrows. They raised their bows and were ready to shoot at any time. Finally, the battle is about to begin. Suhi opened his eyes wide and stared at the scene in front of him. This was a good opportunity to observe the strength of the mercenaries' cavalry. After escaping from the muskets, he hoped that his Tatar cavalry could play a role in suppressing the mercenaries' cavalry. This was their only chance to turn the tables. Arrows shot from afar, close combat, sabers raised high, cavalry charged after 1,000 cavalry were killed by the muskets. The Tatar cavalry's morale couldn't help but drop. Many people were terrified because they couldn't see where the enemy was and could die under the muskets of the enemy at any time. This made them think of the scene when they faced the Ming Army's Divine Machine Battalion. Who knew how many ancestors died under those hateful muskets? Now this scene fell on them. They really had a feeling that they couldn't resist. Fortunately, they finally rushed over. Now they were about to engage in a charging battle with the enemy cavalry. This was their strength. They hoped to turn the situation around in this battle. Similarly, the 4,000-strong Tatar cavalrymen started shooting at the Nuzan cavalrymen. From panic to calmness, from being beaten to fighting back with all their strength, the 4,000 Tatar cavalry perfectly displayed the word elite. Both sides began to shoot at a distance of only 1 mile. Both sides' horses were galloping. Under the situation where each person could shoot at most 2 arrows, it was difficult to say who would win. As the arrows continued to fly about, the cavalrymen fell from their horses one after another. The war horses stopped charging and became ownerless. In just 2 waves of archery, both the Nuzan cavalry and the Tatar cavalry paid the price of hundreds of cavalry deaths. In the end, they switched to using bows and arrows to fight in close combat. Kill. The deputy commander of the Nuzan Cavalry Division, Lu Dai, took the lead and led her men into the formation of the Tatar cavalry like an arrow. As the commander, Yella led most of the cavalry to engage in guerrilla warfare. This was a tactic that had been discussed before. A cavalry couldn't be without a commander. Otherwise, the army would be like a sheet of loose sand. Without a commander, they would be defeated one by one. Deputy Commander Lu Dai killed his way in. Along with him were 1,000 Nuzan cavalry soldiers. They followed behind the deputy commander, and waved their sharp sabers at the Tatar cavalry around them. In history, the Mongol cavalry was once the subordinate of the Nuzan cavalry. In the end, with their help, the Nuzan defeated the Ming dynasty and established the Qing dynasty. But that was something that would happen more than 100 years later. In this era, the Mongol cavalry was still the strongest cavalry in the world. The Nuzan cavalry was still nothing in their eyes. Reality also proved that the Tatar cavalry was indeed the elite of the Mongolian cavalry. Be it their fighting spirit or their skillful operation and performance, they were slightly stronger than the Nuzan cavalry. If it were not for the fact that the Nuzan cavalry's sabers were sharper and tougher, and if they did not learn the 3-to-3 strategy from Lung Feng, where every 3 horses could form a small fighting group and fight with the enemy, the Nuzan cavalry would not be able to win against the Tatar cavalry. Use the advantage of the saber to increase the speed of your chopping. Commander Yella, who was roaming around the periphery, saw that both sides were actually evenly matched. Because they had fewer people than the enemy's 1,000 cavalry, their losses were even greater. Finally, he couldn't sit still anymore, and began to shout loudly to remind his subordinates. If they wanted to use the advantage of the saber, they needed to cut the enemy's saber in half, and obtain the advantage of the weapon. With Yella's shout, the Nuzan cavalrymen seemed to have woken up from a dream. They increased the speed at which they swung their sabers, forcing their opponents to fight back. After several collisions, the results finally appeared. Many of the Tatar cavalrymen had cracks on their sabers, and some of them even broke in half. The saber suddenly breaking in half was undoubtedly fatal for the cavalry, who were in the middle of a fight. When the same saber was chopped over, the enemy's saber had already stabbed into his heart. However, your saber did not even touch the enemy's clothes. What kind of result would that be? The advantage of the saber was brought into play. More and more Tatar cavalrymen were caught off guard. More and more Tatar cavalrymen were chopped off their horses. The situation on both sides was reversing. Charge! Right at this moment, another group of cavalrymen dressed entirely in black iron, and even their war horses were covered in black iron armor, suddenly charged out from the side. Although they didn't have many people, their momentum was astonishing. Their black clothes and black faces emitted a cold and powerful aura. Their bodies were impervious to swords and spears. When this group of 100 people entered the battlefield, they became the mouth of a giant beast that devoured people's lives. They killed the Tartar cavalry and no one could stop them. Is that the enemy, the black cavalry that young master spoke of? Suhi also quickly discovered the existence of the black cavalry. When he saw the other party's heroic performance in killing as if there was no one around, he couldn't help but gasp. He saw with his own eyes that at least a few sabers had hacked at the enemy's black armor. However, apart from producing some weak sparks, they were unable to cause any damage. On the contrary, the Tatar cavalry that attacked were continuously killed by the Heike cavalry. In just a short while, the Heike cavalry had killed over 100 elite Tatar cavalry. The appearance of the black cavalry seemed to have blown the horn of the enemy's counterattack. Several thousand cavalrymen rushed out of the southern forest. They were the troops of Luzhua of the 2nd Reinforced Cavalry Regiment. 2,000 men of this regiment were thrown into the battlefield. They appeared like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. It was as if a steel knife had stabbed into the side of the Tartar cavalrymen and caught them unprepared. Charge, charge with me! Seeing the mercenaries that were lying in ambush in the southern forest charging out, Suhi knew that there was no need to wait any longer. With a loud shout, he urged his horse to charge out. Suhi's horsemanship was indeed very good. His entire body was bent over the side of the horse's back. This way, not only could he reduce the resistance of the horse's advance, but more importantly, he could avoid the bullets to the greatest extent. In the southern forest, Tiger's Mane and 10 battalions of independent soldiers were already prepared to open fire. But facing the superb horsemanship of the Tatar cavalry, they had a feeling that they did not know where to start. Seeing that the Tatar cavalry had already broken through the blockade in front of them, many of the soldiers could not help but shout, "Commander, let's shoot the horses." "No," young master said that we should try our best not to harm the horses. Tiger's Mane shook his head affirmatively. Then he pulled out his saber and said decisively, "Everyone, listen to my order. Leave 2 musket battalions to suppress the main force of the Tatar army. The rest of you, get on your horses and charge with me." "Yes." After receiving the order, the 3,000 soldiers of the independent regiment let out a roar in unison. They shouted and got on their horses, pulled out their sabers, and charged towards the battlefield from the southern forest. Bullets whistled past his ears, scaring Suhi so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. But when he turned around and saw that the majority of the cavalry was not affected by the muskets, he could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that the enemy's muskets were not omnipotent. As long as they dodged well, they could still be safe. This result also increased Suhi's confidence in winning. Leading the 5,000 elite Tatar cavalry, their momentum became stronger, and their charging speed also became faster. On the main battlefield, because Yang Chundong led 100 shadow cavalry to join in at the right time, the Tatar cavalry had been separated, and they began to encircle and annihilate them. Suhi had no choice but to join in the battle. However, even with the addition of 2,000 cavalrymen from the 2nd Regiment and 3,000 cavalrymen from the Independent Regiment, they were still unable to turn the situation around. On the contrary, the addition of 5,000 cavalrymen was like adding fuel to the fire. They were still tightly suppressed. Suhi watched as the main force of the mercenaries pressed forward with his appearance. His heart was faintly excited. He said to a bannerman beside him, "Quick, inform His Excellency. Ask him to immediately dispatch his troops and attack the main force of the mercenaries together with our army." After the bannerman complied, he used a special method to inform the 10,000 Tatar soldiers of Suhi's order. However, the scene that Suhi was looking forward to did not happen. On the contrary, the scene that he was worried about happened. Agador began to hesitate at this moment. He wanted to protect himself and did not rush forward with his main force. Chapter 710. My lord, General Suhi has made another request. A Chiliarch appeared beside Agar Dorji and reported anxiously. I know, but have you noticed that there are still figures moving in the southern forest? If I'm not wrong, those are the flintlock soldiers left behind by the mercenaries. They are waiting for us to appear. Agadorji said calmly. At the same time, he pointed to the depths of the southern forest, as if he had already seen through everything. Without knowing the details of the mercenaries, Agar Dorji would never put himself in danger. This was his cautiousness, but it was also a sign of cowardice and lack of confidence. Of course, even if he did not take the risk, it did not mean that he would not force others to take the risk. After he shifted his gaze away from the southern forest, he said to the Chiliarch beside him, "Inform Gulang and Haruo that we are currently fighting with the mercenary army's main force here in the southern forest, and have achieved certain results. It won't be long before there will be signs of a lack of troops. Ask them to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Whoever can reach the beginning city first will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver." Yes, Agar Dorji didn't want to take the risk himself, but he placed his hopes on his subordinates. Just as General Suhi thought, even his son was included in the plan. The messenger left after receiving the order. And just after the messenger passed the order, they didn't know that the mercenaries had begun to take action. They cut off the communication between the three parties at the right time, making it impossible for follow-up information to flow smoothly. This made this order the last one issued by Agar Dorji. The battle was still going on ahead. Suhi led the last 5,000 cavalrymen into the battlefield, but he still couldn't gain an overwhelming advantage. Instead, as the battle dragged on, the sharp and tough sabers in the hands of the mercenaries played an absolute role. More and more Tatar cavalrymen's sabers were broken, and their combat strength rapidly declined. The addition of the Independent Regiment and the 2nd Cavalry Regiment greatly relieved the pressure of the Nuzan Cavalry Regiment. In addition, the Black Cavalry led by Yang Chundong was invincible. The 100 of them forcibly fought with the momentum of a magnificent army. The death rate of the Tatar cavalrymen began to rise. Retreat. After chopping down one of the mercenary cavalrymen, Suhi was a little out of breath as he watched more and more of his companions fall off their horses and die. With no reinforcements appearing behind him, he knew that if this continued, all of his cavalrymen would die here. He believed that this was an opportunity. He also believed that the mercenaries did not have many soldiers left. Unfortunately, his abilities were limited, and the number of soldiers he could command was also limited. At this moment, he could no longer see any hope of victory and could only choose to retreat. Pass down my order. All troops retreat. With reluctance and unwillingness, Suhi finally gave the order to retreat. Although he would have to sacrifice a lot of people, he couldn't care less at this moment. Once the order was given, military orders would be obeyed. The Tatar cavalry quickly broke away from the mercenaries and started to look for an opportunity to retreat. But the two sides were still entangled before, so how could one side retreat just because they wanted to? Riding on the white dragon, Yang Chendong had already killed countless enemy cavalrymen. Seeing that the enemies around him were getting fewer and fewer, he guessed the other party's intention and shouted, "Entangle them and kill as many as you can. Order the independent regiment soldiers in the forest to shoot people if they can. If they can't shoot people, then shoot horses. We must strive to inflict the greatest damage to the enemy." Beta Persei and the guards, who were responsible for protecting Yang Chendong's safety, received the military order and immediately rode away to convey it. After receiving the military order, the entire mercenary army entangled the Tatar cavalry with the momentum of an army. With a crushing momentum, they left behind nearly 1,000 cavalrymen in a very short period of time. Suhi was the first group of people to withdraw. On the way back, he naturally encountered the long-range attack of the two independent regiment firearms battalions that had long been prepared. This time, they were not so lucky. Under the order to shoot people but not horses, many of the Tatar cavalrymen who were hiding on the side of their horses fell to the ground because their horses were shot. Their heads were bleeding and they suffered heavy losses. When Suhi finally escaped back to Agador Dorji with the army, he discovered that out of the original 10,000 cavalrymen, only 6,000 had really escaped. Seriously counting, in addition to the 1,000 cavalrymen who were injured by the muskets at the beginning, and another 1,000 cavalrymen who died during the battle, they had paid the price of nearly 2,000 cavalrymen when they finally escaped. In less than 2 hours, they had lost 40% of their forces. Moreover, they were the most elite cavalrymen. This made Suhi, who was the commanding general, feel very distressed. He rode up to Agador Dorji with a face full of anger. He wanted to ask why Agador Dorji did not bring the 10,000 Tatar cavalrymen when they clearly had the opportunity to win. Not only did they miss the opportunity to win, but they also lost so many brave warriors. Suhi had just appeared, but before he could say anything, Agador Dorji spoke first. "How was it? I said that we should focus on probing. You must have seen that the enemy's musketeers were arranged in the southern forest. They are the biggest threat. If we don't get rid of them, the more cavalrymen we send, the greater our losses will be. Speaking of which, we still underestimated the enemy. Fortunately, the enemy's forces are limited. This time they also suffered a lot of casualties. If they want to face our attack again, they will need to send more troops. This way, our other two routes will have a chance." As if talking to himself, Agador Dorji made a post-battle conclusion by answering his own questions. He actually forced Suhi to not say a word. He originally wanted to criticize and complain, but he found that he no longer had the chance. This was because there was a trace of killing intent in Agador Dorji's eyes. He dared to guarantee that if he questioned his lord's words, he would be stripped of his military power. It was even possible that he would become a prisoner. Agador Dorji was an extremely selfish person. In order to achieve his goals, he was often unscrupulous. The fact that he was able to get away from his elder brother without falling out with him proved everything. When dealing with such a person, it was absolutely impossible to use common sense to reason with him. Knowing this, Suhi wisely shut his mouth. His original questioning tone also changed to asking for medicine. Facing Suhi's understanding, Agador Dorji was naturally very happy. He readily agreed to transfer the medical supplies in the army to treat the enemy's cavalrymen. As for the result of the previous defeat, both sides tacitly agreed not to mention it. It was as if it had never happened. Compared to the Tatar cavalrymen, the mercenaries' morale was indeed high and the situation was gratifying. In one battle, they killed more than 2,800 cavalrymen and captured more than 1,000 enemy soldiers. More than 500 of the mercenaries' cavalrymen died, and more than 800 were injured. The main reason was that the Jurchen cavalry suffered heavy losses. Most of the people who died were killed when the enemy first shot arrows at them. Arrange for the injured soldiers to be treated immediately. We can't let a tragic thing happen where people don't die on the battlefield and end up dying from injuries. Yang Chendong rode on the white dragon horse and said to the logistics battalion commander, Yang Heir, "Young master, please rest assured. Our logistics battalion has recently transferred 300 people to practice their medical skills. It has been quite effective." As the battalion commander, Beta Persei patted his chest and said, "Very good. Clean up the battlefield. Take the captured horses and prisoners back to the first city. Let the people there see that the so-called elite Tatar cavalry is not invincible. Anyone who chooses to be the enemy of our mercenaries will make the biggest mistake of their life." Yang Chendong nodded, then reached out and patted Beta Persei's shoulder. "If the medical officer has extra, treat the injuries of these Tatar cavalrymen. Maybe they will join our camp in the future." "Yes, I will do my best." Beta Persei nodded in agreement. If it was someone else who said that to treat the injuries of the original enemy, he would definitely explode. But these words came from the sixth young master, so of course he would not object. But from the words "do your best," it could be seen that he still had some emotions. After quickly dealing with the post-war matters, Yang Chendong looked to the north and west. He muttered, "The first step of the plan went well. The next step depends on the other two. Let Tiger's Mane come over. It should be time for his independent regiment to show its power." The messenger sent by Agar Dorji delivered the news of the battle in the southern forest in a timely manner. When the news came out, it was already a little out of shape. It was probably because the Tatar cavalry had won a great victory in the battle in the southern forest, which put a lot of pressure on the mercenaries. Next, they would definitely transfer troops to assist the southern forest. Then, it was time for them to seize the opportunity. The first to arrive will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. "Ah, good," Haraluaku said with a laugh. Then, when Du looked at the other side of the West River, there was a look of desire in his eyes. Unlike Agar Dorji, Haraluaku was the kind of newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Since young, he had been shrouded in his father's halo. In addition, when he was born, his appearance was not obvious and was even a little ugly. This made him want to prove himself more than others. Now that he finally had the opportunity to lead an army alone, and the situation seemed to be very beneficial to him, he began to think about how to make contributions and show off his skills. He even wanted to use his efforts to tell everyone that he was not only Agar Dorji's son, but also a general who could fight well. Of course, Haraluaku was not a hot-headed person. He still decided to see the enemy retreat first, then look for an opportunity to fight. And just as he was looking forward to it, on that night, the camp that was originally lit with torches suddenly became restless. Then from afar he could see the enemy troops leaving with torches. Chapter 7:11. Young Master, the enemy really did withdraw their troops. The scout who was ordered to keep an eye on the enemy's situation excitedly opened the door of the tent to report. This caused Haraluo, who had just fallen asleep, to immediately crawl out from under his blankets. "Quickly bring me out to take a look." As soon as he fell asleep, Haraluo dreamt of himself charging across the West River, beating back the mercenaries and arriving at Beginning City. Who would have thought that the dream would come true so quickly? Following the scout, they arrived at the West River. What they saw was the scene of the enemy's torch squad leaving one after another. Although there weren't many torches, the remaining ones moved very frequently. In a short while he saw 4 to 5 groups of torches leaving the camp. Haraluo made a rough calculation in his heart, and revealed a meaningful smile. "These mercenaries are very careful. Do they think that I won't be able to detect their movements if they don't leave in large numbers? You underestimate the heroes of the world too much." Seeing that the mercenaries were using small groups to cover the retreat of the main army, Haraluo was even more certain that the enemy had sent reinforcements to the southern forest. After making up his mind, Haraluo said to the scout beside him, "Pass down my orders." The soldiers will wake up at 4 in the morning and eat at 5 in the morning. After that, the entire army will cross the river. This time, we must be the first army to reach beginning city. Young master is wise. The scout who had the same idea didn't forget to flatter him. This caused Hiraoyuo to laugh even more loudly. After returning to the tent, Hiraoyuo didn't feel sleepy anymore. He just sat there and waited for the arrival of dawn. After a long time of shouting and cheering, the sky gradually brightened, while the morning fog still lingered on the West River, making it impossible to see the situation on the other side clearly. The 5,000 elite Tatar cavalry had already finished their breakfast. They boarded the wooden rafts that had been prepared earlier, and left across the river. Perhaps it was because of the mist on the river, or perhaps the enemy had really retreated. The 5,000 Tatar cavalry actually arrived on the other side of the West River, without any obstruction. As soon as they arrived, Hiraoyuo loudly announced the order to attack. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the enemy wasn't ready to launch a surprise attack and obtain victory. Once the order was given, the 5,000 Tatar cavalry mounted their horses and brandished their swords, charging straight toward the mercenary camp 3 miles away. His shouts could be heard from far away, drifting along with the wind. What was surprising was that there was no movement from the opposite side of the barracks despite all the shouting. This was very illogical. Whether they were panicking or going out of the camp to fight, there had to be a plan. This kind of disregard was really a little strange. Hiraoyuo's face was filled with doubt as he charged at the front of the group. However, a thought quickly surfaced in his mind. The mercenaries must have escaped under the cover of the night. Perhaps they knew that the southern Siamwood forest could not be defended, so they had already retreated to the beginning city. If that was the case, then he would lead the large army straight in and charge to the beginning city. The first merit would undoubtedly belong to him. Haha. Thinking of this, Hiraoyuo laughed heartily. His 5,000 Tatar cavalry had already arrived in front of the camp. As expected, there was still no movement. From the looks of it, there was no one inside. Many of the Tatar cavalrymen who were originally nervous had relaxed expressions on their faces. Search and see if there is anything valuable left behind. After all, this was an abandoned camp. Just the tents left behind were worth some silver taels. The Tatar cavalry eyed the tents covetously as they dismounted and charged into the tents. Some of the Tatar cavalry took the initiative to stand guard. It had to be said that elites were elites. Even with a great victory at hand, they were still able to maintain a calm formation. It was precisely because these people abided by the rules of war that they were able to escape this disaster. On the other hand, the Tatar cavalry who were eager to obtain the spoils of war had already been locked onto by the god of death the moment they charged into the green tents. Boom! Without any warning, a huge explosion suddenly sounded from a tent. A Tatar horseman who had entered the tent, as well as 5 horsemen standing outside, were immediately sent flying into the air by the powerful explosion. And all of this was only the beginning. It was like a chain reaction, like dominoes being pushed down by someone. Explosions sounded one after another at this moment. The nearby military tents also began to explode continuously at this moment. Those who had entered the tent, those who hadn't entered but had already walked to the front of the tent, as well as some Tatar cavalrymen who were staring at the tent, had all become targets. Amidst the continuous sounds of explosions, these people were engulfed in a sea of fire. What's going on? The continuous explosions shattered Hiraoyuo's eardrums, but as the commander, he still didn't forget to shout out loud. Even though his voice wasn't even worth mentioning in front of the powerful explosions, and no one could hear him clearly, he still continued to shout out loud. It was destined that no one would answer his question. There was only the continuous explosions and the sudden sounds of killing. At the moment of the explosion, a group of over 5,000 cavalrymen had already surrounded the area. Firearms appeared in the hands of these cavalrymen. They were the main force of the independent regiment that had retreated to this place and returned. Apart from the 2 firearms battalions that were left behind in the southern forest, the remaining 14 independent battalions were all gathered here. The instant the booby traps were detonated, They rushed out as planned, quickly surrounding the panicked and disorderly Tatar cavalry. The greatest damage caused by the explosions wasn't the psychological pressure on the Tatar cavalry, but rather the deterrence of the warhorses. What animals feared the most was fire and powerful sound waves. The exploding mines seemed to have both of these. The warhorses that hadn't experienced such a situation were naturally afraid from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, they instinctively neighed, jumped, and even ran wildly without knowing where to go. It seemed that only by doing so could they relax a little. The usually obedient warhorses suddenly jumped crazily, completely disobeying orders. Many unprepared Tatar cavalrymen were thrown off their horses. Even some of the cavalrymen with good riding skills could only lie on their horses to prevent themselves from being thrown off. It was completely impossible for them to command the warhorses. At this time, the mercenaries appeared. While they were still far away, the bullets of their firearms whistled through the air. One shot after another hit the uncontrolled and unprepared Tatar cavalrymen. Blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the cavalrymen were shot in the chest or body. They fell off their horses or directly fell to the ground, ending their young lives. Enemy attack, counterattack, prepare to counterattack. The sudden situation in front of him caused a short circuit in Hilario's mind. Then, as if he was suddenly awakened, he began to shout loudly. However, he only managed to shout twice before he was thrown off the back of the horse by the frenzied horse. The intense pain caused him to fall to the ground, unable to make a sound for a long time. It wasn't just one or two people who suffered the same fate as Hilario, but at least a few hundred cavalrymen. The rest of the Tatar cavalry were either injured from being thrown off their horses, or were still fighting against their horses. Some were even killed by the mercenaries' long-range muskets. There were less than 1,000 Tatar cavalrymen who were able to maintain a certain level of fighting strength. However, these 1,000 cavalrymen were already scared out of their wits. When they saw the sudden change in the army, they pulled out their sabers. However, when they saw the number of mercenaries around them, some of the smarter ones obediently put down their sabers, dismounted and surrendered. Even their commander didn't make a sound of resistance. The other party used firearms that could easily take a person's life from hundreds of feet away. Their morale was inferior, their numbers were inferior, and their weapons were inferior as well. How could they fight this battle? The most precious thing to a person was their life. If they surrendered, they would live. If they resisted, they would die. Their deaths were worthless. As long as they weren't fools, they would know how to make the choice. A total of 14 battalions of independent soldiers charged over like wolves and tigers. They either raised their Type 81 rifles, or held their longbows. There were even some who held horse lashings. Step by step, they closed in on the enemy. In the eyes of these soldiers, killing intent was overflowing. If anyone wanted to continue resisting, they wouldn't mind silencing them. It was precisely this kind of aura that caused the Tatar cavalrymen who originally wanted to resist to become extremely obedient. After all, no one was willing to joke around with their lives, especially when there was a surging river behind them. With nowhere else to go, it seemed that surrendering was the only way to survive. As they continued to advance, they continued to capture captives. The 5,000 Tatar cavalrymen had completely lost their morale under the sudden attack of a booby trap. When their commander, Harachu, was knocked unconscious by his warhorse, they became people without a leader. They were successfully incorporated into the independent regiment. One by one, they threw down their sabers, jumped off their warhorses and surrendered. The pitiful Harachu was tied up tightly while he was still unconscious. His identity was even betrayed by his subordinates, and he became the target of Tiger's Mane's care. Vice Commander Xian, look after these people. Bring them all back to New City. This person needs to be taken care of. I'm afraid that he will come in handy in the upcoming battle. Pointing at the still unconscious Harachu, Tiger's Mane laughed heartily. He then led the 10 soldiers of the independent regiment away from the Shi River and headed towards the north slope. Chapter 7:12. North Slope. General Gulang, who had also received Agar Dorji's message, was in high spirits. As a general who had rendered meritorious service, he wanted to obtain military merits more than anyone else. However, the North Slope was difficult to attack, so he was unable to fulfill his ambition. Now Lord Gulang said that the battle in the southern forest was going smoothly. After the battle, many mercenaries were eliminated. In order to defend there, it was very likely that they would transfer troops from other places to the southern forest. In this way, Gulang's opportunity had appeared. The so-called 10,000 taels of silver for being the first to attack the beginning city did not excite Glenn. He was more interested in this first contribution. This was also a good opportunity for him to wash away his shame. Therefore, after he received the news, he had been sending people to watch every move of the mercenaries on the North Slope. However, the more anxious he was, the more there was no news. Half an afternoon and a night passed, but there were still no clues. Just when Gulang was a little impatient, and was thinking about whether to send people to ask Lord Gulang again, the scout finally sent news that the mercenaries on the North Slope were moving. They seemed to be changing their guard. A large number of people were moving, but because of the terrain, they could not see clearly what was happening. They must have received orders to send reinforcements to the battlefield in the southern forest. After the scout finished reporting the news, Gulang was excited and made some arbitrary conclusions. "General, if that's the case, why don't we attack now and attract the enemy here? This is equivalent to giving Lord Gulang more opportunities." The scout misunderstood and asked, "There's no need for that." Gulang immediately shook his head. This was an opportunity for him to perform meritorious service. How could he give it to others? Therefore, while shaking his head, he said aloud, "Lord Gulang has already sent an order for us to find a way to rush to the beginning city. This is the greatest support for Lord Gulang, understand?" "Understood, General." The scout replied as if he had understood the situation. After convincing the scout, Gulang said with a slightly excited expression, "How about this? You find a way to get as close to the enemy as possible and watch their movements. Once you find that they have finished deploying their troops, inform me. Then prepare the entire army and launch a fierce attack in 2 hours." Gulang still had some brains. He did not attack immediately, because he wanted to create an opportunity for the other party to divide their forces. Only in this way could he seize the opportunity to make contributions and rush to the beginning city. His goal was to directly rush into the city. By then, the mercenaries would no longer have a base behind them. With a pincer attack, it would be the time to destroy the mercenaries. If he could really do this, Gulang would have defeated the war god of the Great Ming Dynasty. As a result, his name would resound throughout the entire grassland. At that time, who would dare to look down on him? At that time, he would be able to raise his voice even in front of Lord Agar Dorj. Glenn was very excited and looked forward to the future. However, he did not know that the mercenaries on the North Slope were not really splitting up. They were just faking it. They had even dug a large enough pit to trap horses on the top of the slope, and had even joined forces with the Tiger's main independent regiment that had rushed over from the West River. They were just waiting for him to attack, and then they would give him a head-on blow and take him down in one fell swoop. This was originally one of Yang Chindong's plans. First, he would engage in a battle with the main force of the Tatar army on the battlefield that was most suitable for cavalry charges. In order to show the enemy that he was weak, he deliberately lowered the power of the continuous fire guns. This was to make Agar Dorj underestimate the enemy and think that he would definitely mobilize troops from the other 2 places in order to defend the southern forest. Once this news spread to the West River and the North Slope, they would fall into the trap and send out troops. In this way, he could gather the superior forces to launch a counterattack and achieve his goal of defeating them one by one. In this way, he could gather the main force of the Tatar army again and achieve his goal of defeating them in one battle. Gulang, who did not know about this, was eager to make contributions. When he heard that the mercenaries on the top of the slope might have split up, he looked for an opportunity to kill his way up. Only half an hour after he received the news, the mercenaries who rushed to support the southern forest should have gone far away and would not be back for a while. The Tatar cavalry under the slope had begun to attack. Although it was said to be a slope, It was not very urgent. It was just that the slope was longer and was not suitable for the cavalry to charge. However, if the cavalry worked hard, they would still be able to charge up. It was just that they would need more time. This time, it was no longer a probing attack. The first charge was to send out 2,000 cavalry as the vanguard. Different from the previous 2 charges, these 2,000 cavalry were only met with sporadic resistance and had already charged halfway up the slope. Looking at the top of the slope, there were only a few hundred mercenaries who were giving out bows and arrows. Haha, as expected. Seeing that the front army was progressing so smoothly, Gulang laughed endlessly. He finally gave the order for the entire army to attack. Immediately, 10,000 Tatar cavalry loudly shouted and charged up the slope from the bottom of the mountain. On the top of the slope, the independent regiment's commander Tiger, Main and the cavalry reinforced regiment's commander Windchaser used binoculars to stare at the Tatar cavalry under the slope. The two of them revealed a look of disbelief. What a good-for-nothing. Even if it is a charge, it should not be so fast. Windchaser shook his head and put down the binoculars in his hand. He sighed and said, "Haha, good for a good-for-nothing. Our plan can be carried out even more smoothly. We can go support the southern forest even faster. The young master has been waiting for our good news." Tiger Mane also put down the binoculars in his hand. Then he reached for his waist and took out a 54 handgun. It was the basic equipment for mercenary officers and above. It was also a symbol of status. With Tiger Mane's status, he had already been equipped with this kind of high-level weapon. Now that he took it out, he was preparing to launch a counterattack. Windchaser also took out a 54 handgun from his waist. Then he carefully wiped it again and again. When the entire body of the gun was wiped until it seemed like it was reflecting light, he opened the safety and aimed it at the top of the slope. This time he also wanted to have fun with the handgun. Seeing Windchaser's excited appearance, Tiger Mane smiled and kindly reminded him, "Commander Windchaser, a handgun is not like a spear. The shooting distance is limited. If it is too far, it won't have any effect." I know. Windchaser repeatedly nodded. However, it could be seen that Windchaser was still a bit nervous. It was just like the first time he held a blade and rode on a horse. The two commanders only hid and didn't move. The other mercenaries also waited in their positions. Just like this, the Tatar cavalry charged halfway up the slope and into their line of sight. Deng Yu, who was in charge of luring the enemy, looked like he was going all out to stop the advance of the Tatar cavalry. However, it was obvious that because of the small number of people, he was powerless. Seeing the enemy rushing up, he immediately panicked and shouted to retreat. Immediately, hundreds of cavalry turned around and fled. That clean and neat appearance attracted bursts of laughter from the Tatar cavalry behind. Under the laughter, Gulang also rushed to the top of the slope with the main cavalry. He also saw the scene of Deng Yu leading the cavalry to retreat. Good. Now we have successfully reached the top of the slope. Next, it is time for us to make a contribution. Boys, charge together with this general. The first to reach the beginning city will be rewarded with 100 silver taels. After Gulang shouted to boost the morale, the Tatar cavalry in front of him shouted excitedly. Then they rushed forward crazily. They wanted to follow behind Deng Yu to see if they could kill the enemy in the process of chasing. At the same time, they also wanted to get closer to the beginning city. In this way, Deng Yu ran in front. Behind him, there were tens of thousands of Tatar cavalry waving their sabers. From time to time, there would be people shooting arrows. Although the distance was still far and it was impossible to shoot, it did have a big deterrent effect. Deng Yu, who was running in front, looked back from time to time. When he saw that the Tatar cavalry had indeed fallen into the trap and caught up with him, the corner of his eyes showed a trace of a proud smile. He looked back and saw the inconspicuous road sign on the side of the road. He said loudly to the cavalry warriors beside him, "We will soon reach the horse trap area. Everyone, split up according to the plan." The mercenary cavalry who had been informed in advance of the trap immediately split into two sides, leaving the dangerous area and continuing to run forward. Some of the Tatar cavalry who were less than a mile behind also noticed this scene, but they didn't take it to heart. In their opinion, the enemy was probably in a panic and didn't know where to go. Since that was the case, they would just chase after them. Perhaps they were eager to make a contribution, perhaps they were impatient and careless, or perhaps they were arrogant and underestimated the enemy. In short, the Tatar cavalry broke into the horse trap that the mercenaries had already dug. Previously, they had considered the large number of enemies, so when the horse trap was dug, the scale was very large. It was more than 30 meters wide and 3 miles long. It consumed a lot of manpower and material resources, and now it could finally be put to use. Without any surprise, the Tatar cavalry fell into the trap. Before the first row of cavalry realized what was going on, their warhorses' heads sank, and they fell into the 4-meter-deep pit. This was only the beginning. More and more Tatar cavalry fell into the pit like dumplings. They were advancing dauntlessly, wave after wave, and there was no break in between. One after another, more than half of the 2,000 vanguard cavalry fell into the pit. This finally attracted the attention of the other cavalry behind them. More and more Tatar cavalry pulled on the reins of their warhorses and stopped in place. What's going on? General Glenn rushed over under the protection of a group of soldiers. When he saw the scene in front of him, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. More than 1,000 cavalry fell into the pit, and most of them were injured because of the trampling of their warhorses. Some of them were even covered in blood and died. Chapter 7:13. Bastards, damn mercenaries. Seeing that he had lost more than 10% of his troops, Glenn was naturally furious. When he raised his head to look at the mercenaries who were still retreating along the path, he said angrily, continue to chase after them. They don't have any more tricks up their sleeves. I want to catch them and tear them into pieces." In Glenn's view, this was clearly the last resort of the mercenaries. This also proved that the other party had no other tricks up their sleeves. Otherwise, how could they set up such a big trap? It was too late, and they didn't have time to rescue the cavalry who fell into the pit. After asking them to think of a way to save themselves, Glenn led most of the cavalry and continued to pursue the enemy. For safety reasons, he deliberately sent a cavalry team of 100 people to walk in front to prevent the appearance of traps. Obviously, this kind of worry was unnecessary. Large-scale horse traps required a lot of manpower and resources. Even if the mercenaries had individual shovels in their hands, it would be much easier to dig them out. However, such a large-scale trap with a wide area was not something that could be easily dug out. After chasing for another 3 miles, they were still very safe. This also made the Tatar cavalry, who was originally nervous, began to feel relieved. They began to speed up. Glenn, who was walking in the team, thought that at this speed, they should be able to reach the beginning city around noon. Disaster always came when there was the most hope, just like the darkness before dawn. Just when the Tatar cavalry thought that they saw hope and discovered that the distance between them and the mercenaries was shortened from 1 mile to less than 300 meters, suddenly, a loud gunshot broke the previous silence. Tiger's Mane, who was hiding in the grass on both sides of the road, opened fire. With the help of the half-meter-tall grass, he fired the first shot and hit a centurion who was shouting to urge the cavalry to move forward. The gunshot was in order. This shot led Windchaser to fire a shot as well. It was a pity that he still needed to practice his marksmanship. Although the distance was less than 40 meters, this shot still missed and didn't hurt anyone. But it didn't matter. After this shot, it attracted the attention of the 4 independent battalions who were lying in ambush at the same time. They were the only firearm battalion other than the 2 Southern Forest battalions. The 4 battalions had a total of 1,600 men. Gunshots rang out in unison, and in just one wave, they killed the 1,000 Tatar cavalry charging at the front. When the Tatar cavalrymen were killed one after another, the entire Tatar cavalrymen were shocked and panicked. At this moment, along with the second wave of gunfire, the mercenaries who were fleeing stopped in their tracks. Not only that, but thousands of cavalrymen also appeared beside them. They brandished their sabers or held bows and arrows as they charged towards them. The arrogant Tatar cavalry was stunned by the sudden change in front of them. They watched as their companions were killed one by one on their horses. When they saw the cavalry getting closer and closer, many arrows were already falling in front of them. Some of their companions were even injured. They began to feel fear. The vanguard cavalry was killed by spears or arrows one by one. They were unable to exert enough fighting power. It was like a fist being held down by someone. When they were unable to kill the enemy, the strength of the Tatar cavalry was suppressed to the greatest extent. They could only passively take a beating. Don't panic. The warriors in front will attack the enemy with your sabers. The warriors in the back will be ready to attack. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Gulang yelled. He knew that he had fallen into the enemy's trap, but at this moment, he didn't have a better solution. If he retreated now, he might not have the chance to make a comeback. So he could only endure. The shout of the commander calmed down some of the Tatar cavalrymen. Some of them brandished their sabers and charged forward, while others held their bows and arrows ready to counterattack. After all, they had lived on horseback since they were young. Although there was an unknown change in the situation, their good psychological quality allowed them to quickly calm down. Throw grenades and break the enemy's formation. Prepare the bazookas and break their psychological defense. Tiger's Mane, who was hiding on the side of the road, was also shocked by the Tatar cavalryman's fighting spirit. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan that could break the enemy's psychological defense. Under the order, some of the soldiers of the independent regiment took out the weapons they had prepared for a long time from their backs or waists. Tiger's Mane specifically asked them to stay behind when the 3 divisions of the Cold Front Division left. There were still a lot of grenades, and although there weren't many bazookas, it was still enough to deter the enemy. When these heavy weapons were taken out and activated, countless grenades were thrown at the Tatar cavalrymen like rain. There were also 2 bazookas loaded with shells and began to fire. The situation on the battlefield instantly became very tense. Boom 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 boom. Boom boom boom, boom. First, there was a series of loud bangs from the grenades. They smashed a huge hole in the Tatar cavalry, causing countless warhorses to lose their composure amidst their neighs. They no longer listened to the orders of the cavalrymen, and danced wildly. 2 rocket launchers were launched to completely suppress the Tatar cavalry's charge. When one of the rocket launchers landed 200 meters away in the enemy's main camp, the fighting spirit that had just been gathered due to Gulang's words suffered a heavy blow in an instant. Under the roar of the bazooka, the cavalrymen were completely stunned by the scene of flames and debris flying in the air. They had never seen such a situation before and didn't know how to deal with it. The war horses under them became the fuse that led to their final defeat. The warhorses were terrified and ran for their lives. They didn't care about the feelings of their masters, and didn't listen to any of their orders. It was a mess, a complete mess. In the chaos, horses bumped into each other and people bumped into each other. Before the mercenary cavalrymen rushed to the front, the Tatar cavalrymen had already fallen into the process of killing each other. One after another, the cavalrymen were thrown off their horses. One after another, the war horses crashed into each other and fell to the ground. This time, Gulang wasn't spared. After all, when the warhorse went crazy, he didn't care if it was an ordinary soldier or a general who commanded thousands of troops. Under extreme fear, they only knew how to instinctively run and crash in all directions. Before Gulang could continue to issue orders, he was thrown to the ground by the warhorse. Then, he was unlucky enough to be trampled by another warhorse that came out of nowhere. A weight of more than 1,000 kilograms pressed down on his body, causing Glenn to involuntarily open his mouth and widen his eyes. A series of crisp sounds rang in his ears. It was the sound of his ribs being crushed. Pff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Gulang's mouth without warning. When the warhorse finally trampled over him, he was unfortunately trampled by another warhorse from afar. Under the continuous trampling, the only thing Gulang could do was to keep coughing up blood. Then the strength in his body started to disappear. At the same time, the blood in his body and the strength in his breath also disappeared. In such a chaotic world, Gulang reluctantly closed his eyes and breathed his last breath. Gulang was dead. With the death of their general, the soldiers under him lost their commander, and the formation became even more chaotic. In addition, there were more than 1 or 2 Tatar cavalrymen who suffered the same fate as Glenn. When the number of Tatar cavalrymen gradually grew to a certain scale, their will to resist was completely worn away. The remaining Tatar cavalrymen only wanted to escape from this purgatory of the human world. They had no other thoughts. Charge, kill, dismount and throw your swords. Those who surrender will not be killed. At this moment, a large number of mercenary cavalry arrived. Taking advantage of this unstoppable momentum and chaos, they slaughtered their way into the chaotic Tatar cavalry, as if they were in a no-man's land. Raising their swords, they chopped down one enemy after another under their horses. Under the strong morale, many of the defeated Tatar cavalrymen chose to surrender. After all, knowing that they would die if they resisted, it was not bravery but foolishness. 10,000 Tatar cavalrymen suffered heavy losses, especially under the attacks of muskets, grenades, and rocket launchers. Their will to fight was disintegrated. In the end, they abandoned their remaining will to fight and their dignity. They became defeated soldiers and captives. Tiger Edge let out a long sigh and stood up from the grass. He then looked at Wind Chaser, who had an equally excited expression, and said, "Let's hurry up. The young master is still waiting for us to reinforce and regroup." Okay. Wind Chaser also knew that they were able to obtain victory here because of the support of the independent firearms unit. Since they had won, what they needed to do now was to rush to the southern forest with the fastest speed, and meet up with the 6th young master to annihilate the last of the Tatar cavalrymen. Come, hurry up and clean up the battlefield. If anyone doesn't surrender, kill them. Don't waste time. The will to fight had been defeated, so the next step was much easier. Clean up the battlefield and capture the captives. Wind Chaser had already given the order. The soldiers under him still wanted to go to the southern forest and continue to make contributions. In their impatience, whenever they encountered a Tatar cavalryman who showed resistance or didn't surrender, they would kill them without saying anything. It was precisely because of such cruel actions that the Tatar cavalry became afraid. These mercenaries really didn't take human lives seriously. When they saw someone coming over to persuade them to surrender, they didn't dare to hesitate, and threw down their swords and dismounted from their horses. 10,000 cavalrymen, 3,000 died, 2,000 were injured, and 5,000 were captured. And to complete these actions, it only took them 2 hours. It could be said that they were very fast. Send 1,000 cavalrymen and a battalion of firearmed soldiers to transport the captives and the wounded back to the beginning city. The rest of you, follow me to the southern forest. Hurry. Seeing that the situation was settled, Tiger's Mane's voice was slightly anxious. He was really worried about the young master's safety. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.